Hi, gay.
Emotional damage.
Such devastation!
Listen, I woke up late. I didn't go to the store. I don't have tissues. Am I screwed? No spoilers. On a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed am I? If we enter Shadowbringer's tonight, as we, like, absolutely will, because we only have the last patch of 10, 12. Oh, no! Okay. How does paper towel sound? How does paper towel sound? Oh, God. Hang on, we're not starting it. I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna go look for something to wipe my. I mean, I guess I have my sleeves, but depending on how bad it is, those might get soaked. 12 is an understatement. Paper towels, a towel, a beach towel because I'm gonna cry myself in ocean. Something comfy would be good. I have my squishmallow. I can just wipe tears off on the squishmallow. Ugh. Nobody has to stretch redeem because I'm actually doing it right now. Socks, underwear. Ooh, kinky. Ugh. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I have found paper towel. It'll have to do. It'll be a little harsh on the eyes, but we'll approach a dabbing technique. We won't be rubbing. We'll be dabbing the tears away, as it were. Okay. Am I ready? Am I Five Nights at Freddy's ready? Hello. Hello, gamers. How you guys doing? How you feeling? Just got home from an open evening at work. Shyla.
Hey, Terra.
Shyla, I love you. I can't believe it's been 10 months. Thank you for the 10 months, you beautiful soul. Just got home from an open evening at work. It's 10 p.m. and I need to be up for 6 a.m. Get back into hell in the morning. Dyer, you should go to sleep right now. If you're really interested in the content that's coming out, just catch up on the VOD. And then you can skip through my boring rants. Free sending a fat hug. Evelyn, thank you. But of course, probably the customary, like, staking out the main city. Hey. Hi, Ray. How you doing? Going in blind means you are in no way ready. I guess that's fair. My natural... Sorry, I'm laughing because I was just about to launch Final Fantasy, and the song in this playlist of 2,000 songs just switched to a song named Tears. Right as I was about to launch Final Fantasy, and I just think the irony of it is a bit too much to ignore. Tears. Should have just called the stream Tears. It knows. It's a sign from the gods. 17 just said we get 50 more slots. Oh my god, as if how many is it naturally? Like 200? As if that wasn't enough. PSA, if you're considering teaching as a career, turn back now, but it's so rewarding, Dyer. It's so rewarding. Red flag, back out now. 300, good lord. I hope we don't hype it up too much for you. I'm really good at tempering my expectations for things. Even with you guys, like, raving about it, I'm like, I'm gonna make up my own mind about it.
Sloppy.
If I don't like something, I'm not gonna pretend I don't like it. So, if I don't like Shadowbringers, I don't like it. But we're not there yet. We'll see when I get there. It's fucking not Terra. Don't lie to me. I'm lying to you. I'm lying to you. It's like 10% rewarding, 90% stress. So I mean, like, I'm not fully lying in that it is rewarding, but just you have to deal with a mountain of stress on top of it. Don't want to feel like pressure? Totally not. Totally not. If there's one thing I strive to be, it is always genuine. Oh my god, you added Sloppy as a reward. I fucking love you. Have you seen my YouTube, Dyer? Did you not see the video that I... Let's watch it. Let's watch it. I made like a what is it, like a 20-second video on YouTube because I got inspired. I'm gonna pull it up. Oh my god, my channel trailer is so loud, dude.
Such devastation.
Did you enjoy Tsukiyomi? I really did, Kyo. I mean, the aftermath, less so, but the fight itself was very cool. I saw the fight and I can't get it out of my head ever. Hang on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up. This is a video made by yours truly. Please treat it with love and respect and kindness. I worked hard on it. I spent way too long on it.
Sloppy. I have you now. How'd you like this? For Alamigo! My pain! My longing! You shall have it all!
Oh shit! Hang on! Something's happening in the background. Don't you be doing that. Don't you be giving me spoilers. What is this? It is my own personal creation. My own personal monstrosity that I felt inspired to make, so I did. Spoilers, I heard something else going on in the background. I was like, what is this noise? What is this noise? And I immediately escaped out of that cutscene. Oh, also, we should do the thing where when we know we're done with the patch content, we should back out and we should watch the trailer. We should watch the trailer for the next X-Pack. Hi, Marwick. Much approved. Thank you, thank you. When I did, I was literally wetting myself. The voice line is just too good. It's too good to not salvage. But yeah, that's on the YouTube channel. You should go subscribe to the YouTube. It would be really attractive and cool of you to do that. Just saying. I'm just saying. Trailer? I barely know her. My redeem is out of stock. I think it has a 5-minute cooldown. You put it together so well. Thank you, thank you. I actually learned about video masking just to make that video. So I like chopped out Ilbert and like ran him along the things. It was actually, it was fun to make. And I learned a lot in making it, but it's a disaster. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to cry. I'm so actually not ready to cry even remotely. But put me in, coach. Get him. Get him, Mark. Get him. Put him in his place. What's happening? Why is there a shiny thing here? What is this? Oh, it's gone. Whatever it was, it's gone. We're going to go talk with Hien. Hang on. Come here, Jolly. This is for taking my LB3. Don't you ever take my LB3 ever again. If I want to ver flashbang, you're gonna sit there and get ver flashbang. Okay? God damn it. God damn it, Jolly. Hiya! Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes, you may. McKay's, hello! How you doing? Whew. Alright, let's get right into it then. Greetings, my friend. Eorzea has explained all to me. Hey, Terra, counterpoint. I'm accepting 0 counterpoints at this time. If I'm displeased with your wording, I'm giving you a free 300-second timeout. I canceled my sub to resub with Prime. Oh, it won't let you sub with Prime until the actual, whenever it expires. Then it'll let you Prime. Dire. Appreciate you, though. Burn LB3 on healer for Terra. Noted. Evelyn, I will literally scream. It was almost 3 a.m. I was tired as heck, so I deserved LB3 more. Disagree. Disagree, Jolly? You've seen LB3s before. I had never seen my Red Mage LB3. Just note, Terra will not tolerate any more of your behavior, Jolly. If I must tell you again, it will be accompanied with a lengthy timeout, let me tell you. Straight to jail. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphinote's trail does lead to the burn of all places. Yes. Hi, Arden. LB3 once accidentally, it was awfully. Oh, that actually reminds me, I actually want to keybind my LB3. And I've been thinking about it because I'm scared of accidentally doing it. However, that's not going to stop me from keybinding it. So we need bar 3. Oops, hotbars. Bar 3. And then it's going to be not you, that's group pose.
Sloppy.
This will be LB3. Yep, perfect. And then duty action. Duty actions is going to be this button. Boom. There we go. Now it's bound to my mouse. And I can duty action on the fly. I really hated clicking the duty action in the duty. Mr. Dentist appointment? Straight to jail. Of all the streamers I've seen, you're the most deserving of the one consistent sub I can commit to somebody. Dire, you're gonna make me cry. Don't ever say things like this to me. Don't ever say kind things like this to me. Bannikin, get in line. Marwick's gonna kick your ass. And I'm gonna let it happen. Personally, I think I deserve the LB the most. Honestly, true. Ray put the whole group together for us. Since I was the highest DPS on the aggro list, I'm taken out by a machinist sniper. No, Ray, you actually deserve the LB3 because you put that whole group together for us so we could do it level synced. And believe me when I tell you, it's very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Terra, you get to go to FanFest? I don't know what that is. Where is it? Where is it? What is it? Do it? What is it? Hi, Trini! Yes, do the action. Boom, boom, boom. But I have to acknowledge. Okay, you've acknowledged. Any more and I'll cry, so stop. Oh my gosh, gibberish. FanFests are fun. 14 FanFests is July 20th to 29th. Oh, 2023. Hang on, I might be able to commit to that if it's that far away. My finances have time to recover. I might be able to. I didn't go to TwitchCon this year because it was not in the financial cards for me, which is a thing, shame. It's an official event in Vegas? Oh, Vegas is so cheap to go to, too. Are you kidding me? Like $10, you can fly to Vegas. I'm gonna give you a very tentative, yes, I am going to that. A very tentative one. You're gonna cry this stream anyway, why wait? Honestly, fair enough. A very tentative yes. Who knows what'll be in the cards for me in 2023, but if it's Vegas, that's dirt cheap. Like, thank God. Called out, honestly true. Terra Coco is one of my senpais, by the way. They got me into the game. Coco, 10 out of 10. Good job. Proud of you. Proud of you getting people into this game. I'm joining the ranks of this. Before, I used to be the human that would just talk about Outer Wilds all the time. I think, oh, I'm about to say something really controversial. Oh, I'm scared. 14 is in danger of dethroning my favorite game of all time. It's still Outer Wilds currently, but 14 is in danger of dethroning it and taking its spot. Depending on how these next expansions go, it's currently like, it's close. Oh, it'll dethrone it easy. Says someone who has not played Outer Wilds. I love Outer Wilds to death. I'm that obnoxious guy at a party who's like, have you played Outer Wilds? Oh, don't look anything up, bro. Just play it, bro. Oh, it's so good. Don't look at anything. Just play it. I trust me, bro. I'm that guy. I am that guy. The thing about Outer Wilds is that you can only play it once. Is that not kind of true with this? Actually, given that this game's story is much more long and there's so much more to it, there is replay value in this game's story because people want to A, re-experience it and through somebody else's eyes, and B, they want to just remember. They just want to remember everything. Like Golsif is the prime example, telling me that he didn't remember barely any of Stormblood. Counterpoint, you say you are the annoying person for Outer Wilds, but you are the annoying person for Nier. We converted our real life friend, who's not a gamer at all, to go through A Realm Reborn current patch from May of this year to now. God, I can say now that I'm fully out of it, A Realm Reborn was so dry. So important, context-wise, but so dry. It's gotten better with every expansion. Realm Reborn's so dry. Like, need some water. Oh, the story is much longer, so it has a chance of dethroning it, I think. You know what? That's a fair point. I've heard really great things. Oh, Evelyn, please play Outer Wilds, please. It's so good. Don't look anything up, just play it. Trust me, it's so good. I have to ask Tara, what if somebody redeemed your end stream reward as soon as you started a stream? I would end stream. The way my end stream reward works, Dyer, it's been redeemed once before. I think it was like an hour and a half into stream. I will end stream, and then the price doubles. So it's currently 1.5 mil. The minute it gets redeemed, it's gonna be 3 mil. Then it's gonna be 6 mil. And then it's gonna be a higher amount than that. No, I'm just kidding, 12. Can you imagine what they have now? I can't. I wanna like the game because all the friends are there, but city not pretty. I forgot to install G-Shade for you, Val. Literally 10 minutes ago before I started streaming, I was like, oh yeah, G-Shade. Oh fuck, G-Shade. I wanna install G-Shade just so Val goes, ooh, pretty. Hi, Muffin! I personally loved A Realm Reborn, but it's either you finish ARR or you leave before. It's true. ARR is like the great rite of passage. You must suffer through it. Unlurk, hi Golsif. Outer Wilds is 100% a masterpiece, but it doesn't have as much overall stuff. There's so much side content you haven't touched it. Exactly. And I think that's the... If Final Fantasy XIV outranks Outer Wilds as my favorite game of all time, it's just going to be because it has so much more content. And I can say that pretty confidently because Outer Wilds is such a unique experience. It's such a, I'm gonna cry. It's such a beautiful game. I just love it so goddamn much. That it's so unique in and of itself, but it doesn't lend itself to everything that Final Fantasy can do with all the extra content that it can have. I have a feeling it will dethrone Outer Wilds for you. Probably because of the content, as I was just saying, yeah. In hindsight, I wish I didn't feel so pressured to read everything in A Realm Reborn. It burned me out before it ended, yes. That's why, like, Vel is, like, gonna be going through it soon, and I told Vel either pay attention to the voiced cutscenes or watch a recap, because A Realm Reborn is very, very dry. My friend was saying that A Realm Reborn story was great, which of course surprised us and hyped us up for what he would say. Okay, post ARR I liked because of certain characters that show up. I'm level 5. You're getting there. Post ARR, I actually did like. But baseline, pray return to the making sense. Pray return to the making sense. No. It's, that ain't it, honey. I'm sorry, friend. I skip everything. Oh, pain. Okay, right. We're looking into Alpha now. That's what's happening. Story recap. We're looking into Alpha now, everybody. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that Primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. Alfie, my love. I love him so much. The Burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Verdant land. Oh, it's Red Mage land. Rando, there are parts that are worse than others, like the pre-Titan party. Oh gosh, yeah. I watched one scene of my favorite character look like they fucking died. No spoils, no spoils. I don't typically need help, it's more of a boredom issue, but thank you. I'll def call on you if I require assistance. Let's go. Yeah, that's the thing, Vel. If you need a full party for anything, like, we're there. We're there 100%. Can't cry if you don't watch the story. I mean, fair enough. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alize. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distances involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Burp? We go by burp? Oh, the yoles, of course. Sir and I have our yoles. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Big bird. Can we please talk about how Daddy's Shadow Hunter is? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Of course. Of course. Losing the mask, best thing for him. Just saying. What server am I on? I'm on Adamantoy's Ether. Ether is my data center. This way. I enjoy interacting with people in this game, then encounter them like 4 days later in a random duty. What are the odds of that? That seems very, very slim, given the massive player base. Oh, above me. Huh? Oh. Not yet, Jolly. I fear that it might be revealed in the story itself. Oh, over there. Hi, Becca! Becca, welcome in. Eek. I always enjoy it when I come across staff or patrons of my favorite clubs. Dude, what's it like having memory? Like, what's it like remembering anything? Half the time I forget that my own character's name is Sir. How the fuck do y'all remember other random players' names? Incredible. My brain is still just getting used to Vani is Ray. Like, I can't. Shu is Jolly. Like, how? Explain yourselves. How are y'all? I'm fantastic, Becca. How are you? Are you ready to do the dungeon, sir? Perhaps, perhaps. If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Aye. Oh, the dungeon. Oh, that's why you guys are here. That's why. Are you ready to do the dungeon? Oh, I see. I see what's going on. You'd think I would have learned by now with all you guys standing around. I literally walk around work all day answering questions with, I don't know, I don't remember. Marwick, that is an entire mood. There's one person who's been tackling the story about the same pace as me, and we've never talked, but I see them all the time in 14. Really, Becca? That's wild. Ready to check events? Yes. I'm ready. I can hear a YOLO. Where is my YOL? Oh, it's here. I want to be on my YOL too. I'm ready. Burben plane. I always got anxious when people would end up following me on the same quest in WoW. I try to get ahead so I wouldn't see them anymore. Tell me you have anxiety without telling me you have anxiety. I mean, I guess you used the word anxious, but...
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Oh, sorry for the mouse. Oh, it's dusty. Oh, she's dusty.
Everyone, land where you can.
Do you think it's like
We must
ash?
wait out the storm.
Or do you think it's like sand? In color, it looks like ash, but in like imagery, it looks like sand. What is this calm music? Maybe rice flour? What is this music? It's so nice. Just really loose dirt? I could see that. This theme is fantastic. Oh! Yeah, we're okay. Oh god, open PvP and WoW. What a disaster. The self-contained wars that would break out in certain like zones in World of Warcraft when you're just trying to quest, and suddenly players start like gathering around and grouping up, and you just have like a full-on war. Almost mashed potato. It was so close. Most of the attacks on you came from Pandaria, bro. It's like a non-Earth aspected ether. Wrong. All the ether has been sucked out of the burn, Kyo. I've been paying attention. Hi, Moon. Welcome back. Oh my god. I keep almost getting crushed. I get this dungeon a lot in Rue. I don't even complain. The music is so good. Tell me a more beautiful spell animation than Verholy. Spoiler alert, you can't. Verholy is amazing. Oh. That's a beautiful G-pose background. I didn't have a G-pose photo ready for today's tweet. Woo! Oh, we sliding. I'm gonna have to come revisit here in Explorer mode and get some photos done. Wait, Verholy? Yes, Verholy. Soken has done something special with the music of this game. Literally knocked it all out of the park. I get this dungeon a lot in Roulette, so don't even... Oh, I read that one already. I got this in Roulette, and a Sprout kept talking about how they had to save Alphino. I felt it so much. That's so cute. That's so precious. Oh. I'm gonna get snapshotted. Oh, I didn't. Right on. This animation right here is Verholy. Well, a shard blocked the animation of it, but trust that it's beautiful. Because now I have to Verflare. Muddy. Hi, Charon! Welcome in! Hailfire. I'm gonna move away from you. That doesn't sound friendly. Oh, it's not friendly at all. Hello all, saw you started streaming. Cannot miss your Final Fantasy playthrough. Charon, welcome in. So good to see you. Stop stealing our spells, you wannabe white mage. No, no, no. It's our spells. We just slap Ver on it, and then it's ours. Ver Fire, Ver Flare, Ver Stone. We're remixing your boring abilities. Woo, that could have been dangerous. Oh, it's a ring. I thought these were fists. Vanakin just getting bopped constantly. Deserved, honestly. You have snacks for stream. Welcome in, Lemon. What kind of snacks are you having? Verbs. Kyo, you did not. Holy is Arcane Explosion with a cast time changed my mind. Okay, I've seen white mages casting it, and I don't think you're wrong. I would say you're right entirely. Nutty Butter Bites, Pop-Tarts, and a Dr. Pepper. Oh, you are kitted out. You are kitted out entirely. Evelyn. Evelyn, thank you for gifting Vatican a sub. Ooh, get me out of that. I think I got snapshotted. I didn't. I like all their clicky little feet noises. They're making little clicky clack sounds. Ooh.
Hi, Day.
Hi, Vatican. Hi, Dura. Welcome back. Ooh. Actually, I lied about Verholy. I think Shatter is one of the most beautiful spells.
Sloppy.
Which is this, like, Blooming Rose type spell that I keep dropping. It's just so pretty. I know that was single target AoE, but like, Shatter is really nice. Jet, how could you? It's also shiny. It is. And just keep in mind, I have other player animations turned off because during some boss fights, I had no idea what was going on. There was too many animations flying around. The game is too pretty. Right now is when I wish I'd gotten on top of choosing a second monitor. Kind of want to play while you guys are... Well, do I have a monitor? No, I don't have a spare monitor. Whoa! What's happening? What is this? What an interesting mechanic. I just realized that it's like a tricycle, well, a tricycle, kind of. It's got 3 wheels. As a white mage main, Holy is so bright, yeah. And that's my Ver Holy right there. We should do a little splash of Ver Flare. I don't know what that disc is about, but it looks unfriendly. It looks like it's charging its laser. Ooh. Have you on in the background? Appreciate you, Vatican. I hope you all have beginning, middle, and final fantasies. Hey, I leveled. What level am I now? Definitely over-leveled for the content, but... I don't know. I'm being level synced. It will remain a mystery. Who knows what level I am? Thanks so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Terra, an empath, sensing that it's unfriendly. Literally, Evelyn. You don't play White Mage to see on the screen. You play it to stare at HP bars. That's so funny. You play it to play whack-a-mole with health bars. Like I said, good luck. You're finally about to get to the hard content. I can't wait. Oh, what is that big slug thing? Not gross. I did up the hurting Terra things, much as you requested. I stare at HP bars and then stand in the AoEs. Relatable. I frequently displace myself into AoEs, like that. Black Ox Beetle fighting 2 Orb versus me. I'm sensing some hostility. Over levels. I mean, you can play a different class for Shadowbringers if you want to be at the same level, like Sage or Reaper. I was kind of thinking about playing my Sage, but I just love Red Mage so much. It's exactly what I want out of a class. which is that hybridization of melee and magic. I love it. It's my favorite aesthetic in fantasy situations, or high fantasy situations, I should say. Play DPS through the story, in my opinion, makes it easier, right? Oh, did I not have enough? Oh, I didn't have enough mana to finish my melee. That's embarrassing. You rescue your friend into the one-shot mechanics? You're a bully. You're a bully, Dyer. Displacement is for launching oneself off of cliffs, from what I hear. I feel like I'm getting the Dragoon Light experience by launching myself off of edges. DPS are more of a pain to level. Oh, that makes so much sense. They're harder to level, so you might as well do them through the story. That makes so much sense. Cool design. It's been molded by its environs. It's an ether-drained dragon from the looks of it. Dungeon pretty? Very. Oh, and you get to slide into the arena! God, that's cool.
Hi, Day.
Hi, time! This is the blue trauma. Oh, is this where blues come to farm? All dragons are Gormagala. You're right. What is that? Ah, that's what it is. Not friendly. If the battle theme changes, I have to be honest, a part of me is going to be really sad because I love this theme. It's so like high energy. I was in my melee combo, you fuck! How dare you split? I was meleeing! It's taken 28 years, but I found my people. Ah! Maybe I shouldn't have shot at it. Something happened to me. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, friends. I don't know what happened. Striking the mist is futile. To do so only incurs the dragon's wrath. That's what happened. I should not have struck it. I'm here for y'all. Muddy, let's go. The music, while different. Oh, I definitely got snapshotted there. I felt it. Hill. While different is better. Got it. Thank you for save. Ah, into the mist again. Dragon is poised to swoop beyond your guard. Here, you can have a vert here. Valora, that emote combo is very accurate. Ah! We're good. They need to save you into the AoE. I will give 10 subs if they pull you to your death. It's not worth the subs. Forgot your backpack in a classroom. Rip, lemon, rip. None of this is for me. Gamers, thanks for coming. This looks like a fantastic G-pose area. Oh, there's like a giant tunneling worm here. Very, very cool area. On that note, time for bed. Dyer, have a good comfy sleep, okay? Big worm, yes. Glad it's dead. I think I was more menacing than the dragon, and that's why we're glad it's dead. That's like raid boss tier. Great dragon vibes.
Sloppy.
There you are. Between
Don't forget about
contending
Explorer
with
mode. Oh, I've been
bloodthirsty
thinking about
beasts
it
and
ever
sand in
since.
my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Why that sword bigger than you? Cause I'm Lala. I'm Lalafell. Good night, Dyer. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder?
No.
Mistress Alize and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
What? How much? This is such a revelation. We have meta knowledge.
But
The
there was
game
no
gave us
sign of
meta
him,
knowledge.
nor of Maxima and his people.
Very small. I think I've realized it's for me at least, it's a tall people thing. It's because I'm too tall IRL, so I want to be small everywhere else. Because I play Asura in Guild Wars 2. I played Goblin in World of Warcraft. Or I race changed to Goblin. I play Lalafell in this, and I play Gek in No Man's Sky.
It would seem they were involved in a struggle.
If you'd like to, Jolly.
There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Okay. You have a split personality on the subject? There's still a small part of me that wants to be John Final Fantasy and make like Meteor the main character. And just like live out my slut era, but but here I am, being cute instead. Lemon? Exactly.
These were no ordinary soldiers.
Are they cold with the lack of pants? Like, I know they got thigh highs on, but I mean, it looks chilly. No, this is more like a desert. It's more like a desert than a frozen wasteland. The burn has
Over
been
here!
sucked of all its ether, which is basically like its life force. I want to be tall and elegant, but also small. There are two wolves inside you, Vel.
The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Curiouser and curiouser. Not the wolves.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
That is the likely... We don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
Can I be real here? From a storytelling perspective, I kind of wish that they didn't already show me what happened with Alphino, because I would like to be as confused as the rest of them. But I'm just sitting here with my meta knowledge, like he fine. Like I wish they had just waited. From a Tori spelling perspective, exactly. There's no drama for me here right now, because I know he's with someone. And he's with the Popularis, or what's left
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Maybe me, the player, could have used the echo. So it's my responsibility to roleplay. Okay, I'm roleplaying. We don't know what happened to Alphino. We're still concerned. Look at that concerned face. We will find Alphino. I'm sure he's safe,
Where
but...
in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Aww. Wait, that was a cute line. I love Alize. I love both of them. The twins are perfect. Hi, Alize. What are you thinking? Forgive me. I need a moment. You're okay. You're okay. You don't have the meta knowledge that we have. Oh, Alize. Well, I'm officially blind. I have glasses now. Rip, Mata. Rip. Welcome to, welcome to the life of blind and needing glasses 24/7. It's not good. Your glasses are going to be dirty, and then you're going to clean your glasses. And you're going to be like, wow. Wow, regular people see like this all the time. Me, every single time I clean my glasses. It's like getting brand new eyes every time I clean them. Never had glasses, must be nice. I adore when the twins show how much they care about each other. Because when they're around each other, they're like, what's the word I'm looking for? Crass? Is it crass? They're like short with each other in a playful manner. He was fine when you saw him, but there's been a decent time since, so who knows? Well, I know. I know he's fine. I love how your hat is bigger than your head. Thank you. Thank you. It's undercompensating. It's absolutely undercompensating. Catty? Snippy? Snippy. Snippy's a good word for it. Catty is also a good word for it. You're getting your eyes fixed. LASIK? LASIK? Laser? Laser surgery? Marwick? Laser surgery? I think my eyes are too far gone. I've never gone for like a consultation for laser surgery, but I think my eyes are too far gone. I think they're at that point where they're too weak to even be fixed with lasers. LASIK, that's what it is, with a K. Glasses are the shittiest IRL DLC. Like, you people don't have to pay to see clear. Buddy, it's true. IRL DLC. Creation be like, all right, here's your life, here's your existence. You have to pay extra money every year in order to see it. You gotta pay for the, you gotta pay for the upgraded graphics DLC. My work is running a promo for the employees, and I was the first one to sign up. Nice, Marwick, smart of you. Smart of you. What's that say? I don't know, let me buy this DLC. Well, that was decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? Yes. Yes, the burbs have been good burbs. They deserve all the pets and treats. Fiance had like -6 or worse in both eyes, and could still. Whoa, Izaki, I'm pretty sure I'm -6. I think it's -6.5 and -6. One of them is slightly stronger, but that's actually reassuring. Maybe I still could. Terra be like, exactly, Kolsov. You can actually be not blind enough for LASIK. Maybe. Listen, I've had glasses since I was 12. I think my face would look weird without them at this point. Get a consult that will tell you if you can't. I'm so curious. It would be so nice. It would be so nice not to use glasses. But I worry about my face shape without them. If Cyberpunk 2077 becomes a real thing, my eyeballs are the first thing I would get augmented. Oh, same, Charon. In a heartbeat. I'd be like, pop those shitty suckers out. Give me the bionic shit. Give me the bionic ones. Let me see all the shit. Let me see infrared. Had like -2 in each. It took a month to get over the, it's weird not having glasses. I think it would take me longer. How long were you wearing glasses for, Izagi, before you got it done? Or before they got it done? Question mark? You didn't get it. No, your fiance got it. I'm following. I'm following. You can. I have about the same, and my mom had it worse and was still able to do it. Okay. Imagine waking up and just being able to see. Couldn't be me, dude. Let me see shrimp colors, exactly, Ray. I want to see like the mantis shrimp see. You both got it in about 21 years. Wow, okay. And it only took you a month. She did have to still wear glasses, but only for night driving, not all the time like before. That is already fair, because I don't drive. I wouldn't even need it. Surprisingly, I'm the only person in my family with really good eyes. Wow, must be nice. Wow, must be nice. Seeing the world for free. You privileged flux. Pray, hi! Pray, I love you. I like glasses for the looks of having to use them. Able to see as a paint, yes. I will say I do like the aesthetic. I like that you can accessorize with glasses. Not that I've been doing it lately. These glasses they're okay, but they're not like high fashion or anything. But like, I like that is a thing. And I like that there are some humans that have like the glasses jealousy, so they either wear like the no lenses glasses, like really cursed, or like just like the non-prescriptions, just so they can have the aesthetics of our glasses. So I mean, it gives and it takes. Hi, I'm Fred, welcome in. I can see the world. I was born with a lazy eye. Wow. At least you're not perfect then, Prey. I forgive you. With my 20/20 vision, I can see your bull clear as day. You son of a... The audacity. I'd hoped to steal a moment's rest after our long outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Did not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, none I should be happy to receive. I love Hien. He's so cute. You fixed your lazy eye. How do you do that? Do you just look harder and then it's fixed? Like, how does that work? Wear a blinder so it's forced to look for it? Like, I don't know. Of course, if you think it will still be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Oh, surgery. It's actually surgery to get it fixed? Surgery, Tara, surgery. Got it. Got it. I don't know. I don't know why I thought maybe a blinder would help. You fix a lazy eye by getting it a job? Good one. Good one. 10 out of 10. Real knee slapper. Who? Okay. Theories. Who would be an unexpected guest right now? Who would show up? Eorzea. I'm saying Eorzea. Wait, no, but he said the Scions would be. It's not Eorzea. It's Hancock. No, why would it be Hancock? That makes no sense. It's Keo. See, I would be so much more emotional about Alize's plight if I didn't already have the answer to the situation.
Lise! What brings you here?
I got excited. I choked on my spit. Hi, Lise. Lemon, I saw that.
We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien.
Thank you, Marwick. Yeah, don't repeat messages, Lemon. I saw that already. It was kind of neat operation that I won't go into detail about, but let me just say, as a stoner, back when you had done it, it was perfect. Your eyes were always red, whether you were enjoying the devil's letters or not. It was perfect to be sneaky. A sneaky stoner, if you will.
But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Nar.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
Once again, we already have the answer.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency.
Guys, fuck, marry, kill. Ready? We'll call it Frick. Frick, marry, kill. Gosetsu, Hien, Yugiri. Frick, marry, kill. Go. I will hold off on my answer so I don't sway you at all. Muffin with the instant no. Only participate if you want to participate. Which three again? Gosetsu, Hien, Yugiri. Gosetsu, marry, Hien, Frick, Yugiri, marry. Wait, you can't marry. Wait, you have to kill one. All Xenos. Because I think all three of them are lovable in their own regards, and I'm curious to see favoritism. I've always wondered, with all that it helps with and fixes, why is it called the Devil's Lettuce? Because boomers. Because boomers care on. That's literally why. Because they don't understand it and they think it's evil, and it's the gateway drug into doing like cocaine and whatnot. F Yugiri M goes K Hien Ray. That might be the most controversial. F Hien Mary Gosetsu. I'm seeing a lot of Mary Gosetsu, and it makes me very proud of you guys. Sorry, Asahi kill. I guess Yugiri kill, Frick Gosetsu, Mary Hien. Okay, fair. I think mine is very similar, but I think, oh, it's such a close toss-up between Hien and Yugiri, because I kind of view them in the same amount of love, but I just respect everything that Hien's been through and keeping himself. So for me, I think it might be a, oh, wow. I asked the question. I didn't think about how hard of a question it was. Now I'm like actually analyzing it. It's a... Oh, jeez. Marry Hien, kill Gosetsu, F Yugiri, based on no information other than looks. Fair. F Yugiri, M Hien, M Gosetsu. Why not F and M all three? Well, I mean, it is 2022. We're welcome to do we're welcome to do it. The hardest decision for me out of the three is the kill decision. I think marry Gosetsu. I think that's almost a guarantee to marry Gosetsu just because of who he is as a character and how adorable and loving he is. I think that's a hard marry. Between Hien and Yugiri, it gets harder. Wait, not like, okay, context, like don't take that out of context. I mean like a more difficult decision. I think it might be frick Hien and kill Yugiri, but it's like a 3% difference in my brain. It's like a 3% difference. Clip it, too late. Between Hien and Yugiri, it gets harder. Please clip that. Please do not. I have enough out of context clips. But that's me. That's me. It's a very close decision between fricking the two of them. But I think Hien, because I think just based on who Hien is as a character, I think he would be more in tune with you. Do you know what I mean? I think he'd be listening to you a lot more and like wanting to do. You get what I mean. You get what I mean. Yugiri, I feel is a freaking bad, and that's exciting in its own regard, because I think she's too regal while on duty. I think shit like it opens up when she's in the bedroom. Anyways, back to the story. Sorry, I just had to like get that thought out of my head. I needed to process through those feelings. Hien is most likely to be killed because we have had just a little interaction with him than the rest. You know what actually? Do you know what actually this whole thing would be? It would be Hien being like, "You must kill me. You must kill me and frickin' marry the other two. For Doma. For Doma, you must." Hell, I'll frick Gosetsu, Hien and Yugiri can marry each other and I'll kill myself. Welcome in, Shogun. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 response. Marwick, I know why you deleted it, but it's okay. The satire was there. Oh god. And we will. Alphino embarked on a journey as an emissary of Doma, and I'll hold myself. Oh, he's voicing this. Sorry, we were on such a long tangent. You were unsure? No, I appreciate your caution, Marwick, but in that context, it was okay. Because they're not like, it's not like self-harm. Yugiri and Gosetsu would also have that dialogue? Oh shit, you're right though, Ray. You're right though. In fact, Gosetsu would argue it more. He'd be like, no, Hien must live on. He must carry Doma and live a happy life with you. Like, Gosetsu would definitely jump on that first. Quote ad, let's go, Val. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Tangent done. We all worked through some emotions. We're good. We're ready to go.
Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
I'm just in a silly, goofy mood, guys. I'm just in a silly, goofy mood.
Someone has to do it.
I'm a quirked up white boy, etc., etc.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though.
That clip is going to be a treasure for me now. I don't know how I feel about knowing that several of you guys have like very specific out of context quotes like bookmarked. So you could bring it up on a moment's notice.
You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship.
Quirked up. Yes, it was.
But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
These are the questions you should be asking, Lise.
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed.
Terra's keeping himself in a silly, goofy mood. I think I'm like preemptively self-medicating for what I know is coming. All the out-of-context quotes, yeah. Werner Herzog voice, he was a quirked up white boy. And they say he was goated with the sauce.
That is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Good
Whichever
conclusion.
Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
I think all of my quotes are just out of context.
The servants of chaos are true to their name.
Jesus,
Their
Terra.
meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters.
And that it is. But, you guys, we got our prisoners back. This does not need to be sad, other than, like, the Alphino situation. But you guys don't know. You lack critical information.
But come, Lys, you have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Terra's quotes are just horny. Oops, all horny. That's the one you were looking for,
Right.
Marwick? Yeah,
So the big news
we
is
did away
that
with that one.
Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance.
I think I remember exactly which one 17 was. It was very out of context. It was missing a lot of
To make it
context.
official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too.
Wait, Jad, have you not seen the fuck my ass count? What are we up to now? And I know not all of them have been counted. How many FMAs do we have? 64. It's definitely much higher than that. But those are all the mod counted FMAs that we have so far. As Marwick adds another to it. 65 FMAs. Not quote 14. I don't even remember. That was before we started adding what games we were playing.
We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front.
I would like to say yes, I am, Jat, but my quotes prove otherwise.
I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here.
Quote 23 is so good. Quote 23 is so good. I remember the context of that because I was talking about how everyone has definitely gained a little bit of weight through COVID. Like we call it the COVID 15, right? Everyone's at least gained like 15 pounds during COVID. And I remember that. How many quotes are there? I actually don't know. Me Lord Bellum, I humbly apologize for my tardiness. I should be looking though. Punk, enjoy your lurk. Love you. It's currently 54.
In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Good plan. I like it, Tien. I like it.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Ew, that quote, Val. That is a vile quote. I'm glad that we have the context of Resident Evil 8 in there. Holy shit, what a vile quote. Holy hell. Huh? Literally, huh?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Nodders. Let's do it. More meetings. I love it. We're not worried about Alphino. Well, I mean, to be fair, we looked for him. I, personally, Terra, the human, am not worried about Alphino. Me role-playing, Sir Terrabellum, very worried. Like this worried. Like this much. Like this worried about him. Panicking. Chicken fried steak. How dare you, Jad? How dare you make me hungry? My advisors and I presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested to remain. We're gonna get there. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lise, even if it was on official business. I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. If needs must? What a weird wording. Terra has a butt thing for sure? No, no way, no way. Quote 29, no. Oh, it's cooked by a 40-year-old chef that has traveled the world, so what? How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, quote 29 was just done. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting then. In Rhalgr's Reach? Oh, I hope there's improvements. Sir, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go, in private. Go on, my friend. I will send Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. Do we have the power to edit a quote? Because I know quote 11 absolutely came from Horizon Zero Dawn. I could say that with 10,000% certainty. I don't remember if we have the power to edit them. It might only be delete. Code 19 is why people should not allow me to have a keyboard. True. Pray, very cursed, behind closed doors. Oh, it would get really scuffed. It's okay to leave it as is, Val. Because it might get like displaced to the end of the list instead. And that would be a dang shame. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. No. Oh, Alize. She's acting as if everything's all right, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alize I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid to fall apart. A lot like me. Aww. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalymo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alize has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Oh, I thought he'd do the point to self. Thank you, sir. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you need only ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. How could people not like Lise? How could people... Y'all, if you're out there right now as a solid Lise hater, you're fucking disgusting. She had so much growth. Yes, she was awkward as hell for the first half of Stormblood, but she grew into her own. She's getting there. Be patient with her. A lot of butt quotes from a bottom. Rot-roll raggy. So much butt quotes. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes. I like how Lise just pulled us out of the meeting to go talk with her personally. And now we had to go back. Hi, Spez. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin. I still keep thinking about the other day when I said I'm queer, I can't do math. And then somebody corrected me and be like, actually queers can do math. It's just bottoms that can't. And I was like, fuck! I still keep thinking about that.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea.
Who are we recruiting now?
You're my superstar.
When are the wolf daddies becoming a playable race?
Maybe whenever we get Hroth female, Matza. So, never. Omega Law. Thank you so much for the 17 months. I appreciate you, Matza. Poor Terra, obsessed with butts and can't do math. My life is suffering. My life is so hard, let me tell you. I can't find one that's not about ass. It's all ass.
'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire.
That's why we have the Eorzean Alliance.
And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends book and form an alliance of our own.
Why not just... I guess because it's the Eorzean Alliance, and we're very far from Eorzea.
In addition to those with whom we
fair.
already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca.
Okay.
I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
Okay.
It may even seem practical.
Vel, don't forget I did 2 different playthroughs of Cuphead. I revisited it for the DLC. Yeah, it was the DLC. Dude has to pay just to see the world he didn't ask to be brought into. Frey. Very accurate statement.
Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
What's funny about that quote, Golsif, is I've been thinking about unmodding, because I'm thinking about opening up mod applications, because we could use like a couple more. And I've been thinking about unmodding like the how do I word this? The inactive? The inactive mods. Though I'm sure they wish they could be here if they could, but it's like an honorary sword. I've been thinking about just like quietly removing the honorary sword and then getting on a couple slightly more active mods. Not you, Marwick, not you. Lazy mods make the fucking work. No. It's just like, there's no point in them having a sword if they're not like actively here. Do you know what I mean?
For the record,
So that quote is very funny, given that's where my brain has been at lately.
But I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out?
Whip them into shape. No, it's totally fine. People have lives.
Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships.
And Rocket is in a
Lots
different
and
time
lots
zone
of
entirely.
airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Rule with an iron fist. I'm starting my villain era. I'm in my villain era. Swords don't have lives. Vel, Marwick, and Mac, if you're here currently. My active mods, I love you dearly. I love you dearly. Your swords are not in danger. Thank you for all your service.
Not if we deny them access to the skies.
Ooh. And how do you propose that?
During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not
That true,
particularly
Jolly.
unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
Oh.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship.
But how do you replicate that?
It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
Oh, I thought that was like a starship. Or not a starship. Sorry, my No Man's Sky brain is too active right now. I thought that was like a, help me, an Empire ship. I didn't really look at it closely. Yugiri being mean to Stola. Yugiri asserting herself, not being mean. Today's been a long day. I'm sorry to hear that, Arden. Vibe out, relax. Marwick, you didn't even cross my mind when it comes to that. I don't want you to feel worried. Not at all. Don't you worry. We've been missing you, Marwick Blubbers. It's true. Are you not entertained? I'd mod for 14 only just to delete spoilers and stuff. But people have been very good, Golsif. It's shocking. It's shocking. That's the sign of a really good community when not a single spoiler or like hand-holdy thing even has come around. And anytime somebody wants to share information with me, like from the 14 community, they've been like, Terra, do you want to know why blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, not yet. And it's great. They're like, okay, cool. Ah, yes, the hot new anime of the season, reincarnated as a sword. No way. I'd believe you after the reincarnated as a slime thing. And is it wrong to try and pick up girls in a dungeon? Things like that. Please slow down. No, I can't catch up. I'm kidding. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm having so much fun. Tune, as I've said before, once we reach Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I'm going to start branching out and doing a lot more of the side stuff that I've been speeding past. We're gonna slow down and enjoy more of the content. I'm so glad. Dude, I love this game. Incidentally, the giant dead worm in the background there is a Final Fantasy V reference! Funkle, I was wondering. It seemed too significant to be there for like no reason. I made the joke that it looks like a raid boss. Speaking of entertainment, I'm almost caught up with the Hunter x Hunter manga. Less than 50 chapters ago. Pray, how's that free time treating you? Is it just reading manga? Is that it? You finished base Endwalker yesterday and cried. I've been crying every 2 hours, so we're in for a wild ride.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region.
Okay, Persona 5 is out. See you in one metric Persona 5 playthrough. I saw that it's on Game Pass, and I was like, I was looking, respectfully, I was looking. I might play it.
If an Imperial fleet were
stream
to
it.
advance upon Doma, we'd now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy.
Yeah.
And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy.
Hi, EJ. See you in 5 years when it has slightly less hold of you. Oh my god. Out on Steam tomorrow, and the mods will be glorious. I didn't realize it was coming to Steam as well. Mod to remove the principal from the game. My first playthrough was almost 100% playthrough achievement-wise. You got it done in 90 hours. That's not as big. That's not as many hours as I would have expected for that game, because I thought that game was massive.
Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
Curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Right. That's like the whole 1.0 thing.
Just the 2 occasions, you say?
The Red
Then
Moon
I believe
Dalamud.
I may have a solution to
People
our
notes?
energy problem.
You do?
Excited for what, EJ? What's up? Would have come out earlier, but Epic, being the scummy platform it is, paid for a limited exclusivity deal. Oh, at the last moment. Ugh. Exclusivity is stinky. Going to Scotland, EJ, that's going to be such a blast. I hope you take tons of pictures. The average for Royal was over 100 hours. Got it. For real, Tara, when my brother got into Persona, he started with 3. He stopped playing anything not Persona and Shin Megami Tensei for years. I used to play an online Shin Megami Tensei game. I can't remember the name of it, but I liked it a lot. Seeing your cousins. That's gonna be a blast, DJ.
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
To the Zayla tribes! I get console exclusivity since the systems are so different, but PC platform exclusivity is a sham always. So agree with you, Funkle. So agree. If it's on PC, just let it be on all the platforms. Let people pick what they want it on. Prey, you wait until that cat leaves of its own free will. A cat has chosen to lay its head on your lap. You are immobilized for all intents and purposes. It is settled then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions. Yugiri and Hakuro, I leave to our other neighbors to you. Time to support Sadhu's campaign for trans rights and trans wrongs. Yes! I miss them. I'm back, put it in IRL pics. What'd you put? Let me see, let me see. Boom, 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 boom. I just saw Rinx's bone app the teeth. Yo. So this came, it's chicken, fried steak, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and pasta salad, all handmade. Did this come in the, is this the, oh God, HelloFresh? Is this the HelloFresh boxes still, Jat? 2 out of 4 DPS. The DPS life. It's a rough one. Sadhu commits trans sins, and I support it. Try and get photos for y'all? I'd love to see. But EJ, first and foremost, live in the moment on your trip, and then, if you have the time to relax and take some pictures, by all means. And she's curled in a ball on my lap and won't leave unless I move. I've tried. I'm sorry, that's just your existence now, Prey. You do not disturb that cat, okay? That's not HelloFresh. It's a place called Grinders. Oh, I haven't heard of it. Well, I've heard of Grinder, but it's spelled a little bit differently. Trans rights and trans wrongs. I love it. I can't remember exactly what the tribe is named, but it's the one that Sadhu leaves. And they really said, Lamau, what even is gender? And I went, yes. I'm no etherologist, but what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use in the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order for our plans to succeed. I trust there are no objections. The Dotharl, thank you guys. Have care in the burn. Ah, the other option is, come on, Alize, could you not get Tatar to do it? Have care in the burn. I still support her. Have care on the steppe. From what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends as almost as much as foes. Good luck. Favorite Ishtola scene coming up? Let's go. Then there are the Baduga, the gay men. Yes, yes. The Borlak, the lesbians. God, I love the Zayla. I love them so much. The dragons are asexual as well. They literally just pick a gender identity if they feel like it. So cool. Sadhu doesn't care if you're male or female, or the soul is the soul and the person is who they are, no matter the flesh. Exactly. Just the three of us then. Very well. Shall we make first for reunion? Yes. Boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. Bum 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 bum. I was in Discord and I thought the quest completed sound was one of your alerts. That's so funny. I thought about adding the level up sound or like the Q pop sound as like a troll, particularly the Q pop sound, like the shwing. But I knew that would fuck with too many people. So I was like, no, I'm not gonna add it. That's so mean, that's why I didn't do it. Group of video game characters have it down better than most people IRL. So true. Also, the Kestir who Speak exclusively in sign. Have we had much dealings with the Kester? Because I don't recall them. What are these pants? Hello, Catboy? I like your pants. I'm looking respectfully. Mr. Catboy, I also really like your jacket. What is this jacket? I like his jacket, I like his pants. I like the aesthetic of this Catboy. Hello, Catboy, I am looking respectfully. And that's the Scion jacket, right? Sorry, I'm like paying so much attention to people's glams now. I need help. Q-pop jump scare, that'd be funny. The Link Pearl sound is my notification sound and keeps tripping my sister out. Karen, that's 10 out of 10. You have a bunch of dealings with them in side quests. Ah, I haven't done a buttload of side quests yet. Kester are the ones who run the markets at the reunion. Gotcha. You can examine him? Oh shit! Oh, hang on, I'm skipping dialogue now. So this is the Azim step. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you to my favorite spot. Hien, you saucy little minx, are you taking Stola on a date? No, I can't check out the Catboy! Oh, life is hard. It pulled me into a cutscene. Mediators between other tribes, so good.
I will never tire of this vista.
I love the dynamics of the tribes.
The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Yes, he's taking you on a date, Ishtola.
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth.
Takes the blind girl on a date to see the view. Listen, Mir. Listen. Most people don't know that Ishtola is blind. Most people don't know this. From the context that we've been given, we think only Kryl knows. Oh no. It's so true though. Welcome in, by the way. Oh, what happened with that one girl who murdered her parents? Also, her brother was there too, I guess. They literally, Vel? They literally all died. I'm not even joking. They literally all died. That entire family bloodline, gone.
The end thus averted. To these fields did
Awkward.
the wayfaring soul return. And venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
The way I picture it, Jolly, the way it was described when Kryl was like, you're seeing via ether and it's very taxing on you. The way I imagine it is like she's, she's emulating in her mind. Like think like VR, like framework. She's seeing like the VR frameworks of the world around her rather than what it actually looks like if she's viewing by ether. Hello, around as much as I can tonight. Hi, Gray. We're getting ever closer. By the way, the Catboy is wearing the Anemos set from Eureka. Is this a raid? I need to do this raid. I want that little jacket was so cute. I want little jacket. That's the main thing I want. I liked her brother's voice though. Oh, her brother was a fucking lunatic. Eureka isn't a raid. What is it?
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. As is La and Dalamud.
Hello? Hello, raiders? Ali Notali. Welcome in, you guys. Can we have fancy shoutouts, please and thank you? Hello. Just chatting. What were you getting up to today, Ali? Hi, Tara. How goes? It goes very well.
Emotional,
It goes very well. We're so close to Shadowbringers. And everyone's like, Tara, you're gonna die. You're gonna cry. It's gonna be emotional. You're gonna have a trip. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited. What were you getting up to today? Welcome in, Raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Tara. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams. We sometimes do drinking streams. We do chill streams. We do all the things, all the variety. Right now, my main game is Final Fantasy XIV, and I love it. I love it so much. It's so good. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Crying mostly. Yeah. Playing some forest. Yes, I love the forest. Sons of the Forest, very soon. Very soon. I don't know if I'll play it right away, but I'm very excited for it. I love, love, love the forest. You had an emotional stream too? You cried together? Were the humans being sweet? Were the humans being sweet and loving, Allie? What happened? What happened, darling? Tell me everything. Tell me all the things. That being said, you don't have to tell me anything. You just ended a stream. If you need to go unwind and like eat and drink and all that stuff, maybe cry a little extra, maybe get those feelings out, then by all means go do that. Thank you so much for the raid. Intense, lovely raid. It's so good to meet you guys. I'm holding off for like a brief second because I don't know if this is like massive spoiler territory, but we never know what's coming in this game. This game is a roller coaster. So I'm just gonna vibe out a little bit and chat with you guys a little bit until I know it's safe. Going through a lot, so the love sent today was insane. This platform never ceases to amaze me. That the amount of love you can feel from a community through the computer is wild. It's wild. As much as I complain about Twitch, it is an amazing platform for meeting like-minded humans and just good people overall. You gotta go get lunch. I'll lurk a bit. Absolutely, Allie. So good to see you. Oh. Let me just catch up. I know I missed some things right when the edible. Speaking of love, edible. Is that a fresh, home-raised, organic Prime sub? I cry. Thank you for the primer. Thank you for taking $2.50 right out of Bezos's pockets and giving it to me. I appreciate you. Yes, 100% organic. Cruelty-free? My heart. Edible, thank you so much. Yes, it is. I love Twitch. This platform. Mwah. Free range primes. Ah! Jet! Oh my god, Jet! Thank you for the 5 gifted. You sweet, beautiful soul. You know you don't gotta do that. Thank you. EJ's like, oof. Yo, Misfit Am's got one. Guys, I love Misfit Am's. So that's how it is, huh? Just like showing you up instantly. I don't think that's what they meant. I think they were just spreading the love. Let's catch up on the chat that I missed during the raid. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate Allie. Guys, if you have not checked out, you guys! Let me finish gushing about Allie. If you have not checked out Allie and hung out in their streams, cannot recommend enough. Their vibe is immaculate. Very similar vibe to me, kind of cozy, a little bit chaotic, as it should be, and just fantastic. Please check them out. Please. They're amazing. Let me catch up. Edible? Thank you for the fresh organic primer, and then the 5 gifted on top of it. Too much. Thank you so much, you guys. Whew. What did I miss? We have same color hair, neat. Yes, we do, Wayward. What else did I miss? Oh, it was Matoya that said it. Our conversation about Ishola's blindness. Eureka's not a raid. Eureka is an acquired taste. Okay, it's a weird area. Got it. I'm so confused, but I get it. I don't get it, but I get it. With that theory, no one knows about the blindness other than Matoya and Ishtola. Got it. What else did I miss in chat? It's instance zones, and it's a throwback to 11. Is it just like a weird grind area, Eureka, then? When you get out of the cutscene, you may see my cube, also from Eureka. Okay. Thancred, you, Matoya, Eorzea know for sure about Ishola's condition. Not sure about anyone else. Got it. Okay, we're all caught up.
Hype train.
We're all caught up. What's happening while I was catching up with chat? Chat, thank you for the directed gift to EJ. Sweet soul. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the love and support. Brody, thank you for the 100 biddies. How are you doing, you beautiful boy? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Love you. Mwah. Eureka is an optional area that is 100% mob farming and grinding. Okay, I can get behind that. I like turning off my brain and killing things. So it kind of has my attention a little bit. Anyway, Terry, you better hurry if you want to get to Shadowbringers tonight. We've been kind of dragging our feet. I have to be honest. I've been extra chatty and like quirky today because I'm a little bit anxious of getting into Shadowbringers. As much as I want to get there, I'm so scared. Because we're at that point in post patches where things are getting like peaceful and they're just like setting up some mystery. They're setting up some story plots, and it's mostly calm. It's mostly okay, and I'm scared. Because I know there's that big shiny ticker above our head saying tragedy striking in, you know? I'm doing well playing Madison tonight. Madison is good. It's weird, but Madison is good, and I think you'll have a blast. Ish, Thancred, Eorzea, and Moonbreeder are old lunch buddies. That's such a cute mental image. I picture them sitting around eating PBJs. Around table. As you should be. Better ripping off that banner quickly. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Without further ado, we're returning to our story quests. Just spoiler reminder, I am deep into not Shadowbringers. I'm deep into post Stormblood, very close to Shadowbringers, and shit's supposed to hit the fan, supposedly. Everyone's like, you're in for a rude awakening when you start Shadowbringers. I'm like, okay, can't wait. Trust your review, I'm excited. I liked it. It was there was moments that I didn't like, but overall I liked it. Jolly, no, you can't say that. All right, back in we go.
That was my thinking, yes.
Guys, how long did it take me to beat Madison? Was it one stream? It might have been like 1 7-hour stream, or it was 2 like 4-ish hour play sessions. I don't think it was a very long game. Bro, do you know what the best resource ever is? howlongtobeat.com, I think it is, or howlongtobeat.org, howlongtobeat.something or other. But it tells you the average playtime that players submit and what it took them. Take last of my fucking bits. Golsip, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Okay. Back in we go. Guys, thank you for all the love and support. It means the absolute world.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens. I suppose that might suffice.
What does he have to base this off of again?
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
You sure is so beautiful. Okay, I've said it once, I'll say it again. This game is so much buy panic. All the characters are too beautiful and too lovable, and I can't. Oh, it was a Legend of Nama. Right, he heard Ancient Legends. With all the raid and all the excitement going on, my brain empty. There's holes in it. There's holes in my brains. Okay, everyone shut up. Okay, everyone shut up. From here, we shall travel to Mol Ilo. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the ruler of the steppe. There's the cube. I want that. That's from Eureka, right? That's such a cool mount. Although, are you sitting right on the pointy? Ray? A little bit sus. A little bit sus of you, sitting right on the pointy end. What are you doing? What are you doing out here? Sitting on the pointy end of that there thingy. Mol Ilo. Can I warp there? I guess I could falcon there. Wait, do I have flight in this region? I can't remember if I did the side quests. No. All right, we're gonna falcon our way there. Or hear me out. We do a long run with Shiva music. My favorite pastime. No, Fate music, go away. I'm trying to jam to oblivion. There it is. They're hovering above the pointy end. Press X to doubt. Press X to absolutely doubt. If I knew where you were, I could have taxied you. I genuinely enjoy our travel moments on the Shiva pony because I really like the song. I really do, Jad. I really do. Guys, thank you so much for the level 4 hype train. Not edible, giving a fresh organic primer, and then also 5 gifted. My heart, dude. You love to see it. Guys, thank you for all the support. Go make me cry. Go make me cry, I swear on me, mom. We're already gonna have enough of that today. Hi, Serena. Long time no see. Hien, sir, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There's a matter I would discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but every land in the Far East. We want to build a shield generator. We're going to build a wall, is basically what Hien is proposing. Listen, we gotta support our own, Terra. I see you, and your vibe is immaculate. My heart, thank you. That means a lot. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands. Yes, I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? If that is your wish, In the mountains to the north, there's a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. I need to farm the Ravana Mount. I need to farm the Ravana Mount, period. I need to farm it. Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart, however. You guys. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Storm of conflict? Could you even say a storm of blood? I think they have said. I think Roban within like the first 10 or so quests said storm of blood, and I was like, roll credits. They said the thing. Thank you for understanding. Though Mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. The story behind the song is hilarious too. The guy who was originally going to sing it was out with strep, so they got this guy from the localization who happened to be a baritone in chorus to sing it instead. He was super nervous and completely shocked by the positive reception. That's so cute! That's precious. And he rocked it? He did. I remember that theme being a fucking bop. A sweet, tasty bop. Hello. Hello. Oh, Stola. The Will of the Moon. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Aye. More Shiva. I probably won't continue from where we left off. Nope. Let's listen to Screaming then. I miss Screaming. Actually, wait a second. Garuda theme's a bop. Let's listen to that. I switched, Kosov. I switched. Although the Mia still fits with this theme, just less so. Ah. Did I go this? I think I went the stupid way. Please do not judge me. Boing, boing. I fucking hate Garuda theme. What? You've done Uwu. What is Uwu? Inklong Dry, the library dungeon theme, has a cool story. I love that theme. So let's continue reading. It's the product of a warm-up jam session between Soken and Square's in-house pianist, who ended up becoming a close friend of his. He constantly finds a way to mess with her during fan fests. I love Inklong Dry. Inklong Dry is so fucking good. Speaking of Garuda, have we all seen the new the 16 trailer drop? Somebody posted in Discord. I didn't watch it yet. I was kind of saving it for stream. So maybe when we stop to watch the trailer for Shadowbringers, we'll also watch the Final Fantasy XVI trailer together. Ultima Weapon. Oh, Ultima Weapon Ultimate. First phase is Garuda, so you hear her theme a lot. Right. Fair enough.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether.
Yo!
I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings.
This is so convenient.
But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
No way. That place was like an absolute desert. But I guess that's the power of ether.
What is it?
It's
While
literally
the
life
device
force.
itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area.
They're ether suckers?
An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma.
Which would imply there's another one of these inside Doma, right?
Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever seen the Lahi where he plays one of the Shadowbringer songs on automaton? The pianist there struggling not to laugh is the one in question. She's also considered one of the greatest currently living pianists. That's so cool. Where to? Mol Ilo. Whose theme do we want to bop? It's not that long of a run. What other mounts do I have that I've forgotten about? What is Ifrit's theme like again? It's too dramatic. It's giving Garlean vibes. So we go with... shit! I dismounted right away. I pressed the wrong button. Chocobo. Titan. This is why I like watching new players play through the story because I... This is why I like watching new players play through the story because I always pick up little bits like that. That's like any story re-experiencing it, is you're like, oh my god, I get what they're trying to tell you very, very subtly. The foreshadowing, as it were. Bow down, Overdweller! Titan! Can I say it really quickly? Titan theme ever so slightly gives Death Note opening 2 vibes. Ever so slightly. It's like in the same vein as Death Note opening 2. Look, gonna go lay down. A bit tired for no reason. Muddy, vibe out. Vibe out. Enjoy yourself. Your free company loves Titan. They must like Death Note opening 2. Wow, people! You found that which you seek, then? Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribes should we appeal? The Dotharl, please! There are many who worship Nama, but none are served for their faith is the Dotharl! Their consent shall be the key. Dotharl. The Dotharl. Least spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dotharl fear nothing. death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dothral Ka and treat with their Khatun, Sadu. Isn't it Khatun? I think the K is silent. Who is Neido? Edible is Neido. Have you been stalking me, Edible? Ah, there you are. Hello. Also Red Mage? How'd you get that jacket? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. What is that jacket? Street jacket. Fuck, that's Mog Station, isn't it? I want jacket. I want a jacket, damn it. Mog Station. Rip my wallet. How far of a run do we got to go to the Dothral? Can we Falcon there? I don't believe that we can. So we'll warp halfway there and we'll run the rest of the way. For some reason, Twitch was not counting me as a follower. Literally cursed, Jolly. Literally cursed. Do I even have a Chocobo on my bar anymore? Vel requested Chocobo theme, so we're gonna put on Chocobo. Let me out of here. Also, Warlord, did I say hi? Hi, Warlord. Chocobo! Red Hershey's Black Chocobo. I actually really like it. It also feels very fast because it's so small. Did you beat the game yet? No, Coco, we're still getting there. We're gonna go talk with the Dothral. We support their trans rights and their trans wrongs. I love the Dothral so much. I was switching to headset. You may have or may not. Well, I'm doing it now. Hi, Warlord. Very fast. Yes, Edible. Yes. Spoken like a true red mage. Edible, are you a red mage main? Or are you just showing off your glam? Meaning red mage for Endwalker, right on. I love it so much. I'm like over leveled, so I'm 73 and I should be 70, right? I'm over leveled for the content and I could level as Sage, but I don't want to play any other class. I like this class. He's nice. He's cool. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Hi, Coco. How you doing? You are a warrior of the steppe, yes? Then fight well and die well. If your soul burns bright enough, mayhap you'll be reborn as a Dothral. Such things have been known to happen. Coco, is you! Look at you. Look how magnificent. We are looking respectfully at Coco. Need to go finish Endwalker? I'll catch up on VOD later. Enjoy the VOD, Evelyn. Ahem. Hello, VOD watching Evelyn. Welcome back. Hope you aren't crying too hard. Hope everything's okay. You're buff, you are. Kind of attractive. Yeah. Your mains are white mage, red mage, and dark. Gotcha. Split across the roles. That makes sense. My main was Dragoon from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward, Samurai to Stormblood, Summoner to Shadowbringers, Sage for Post, Reaper for Endwalker. How is Reaper? Because if I unlock it, it'll be level 70, right? So I'm kind of like, It's the only other one that I think I would open up just because it's level 70. So it's like, it would be okay to use it because then I wouldn't have to grind it up at all. It's very fast, you're always pressing buttons. DDR, the class, I like it. Reaper is a lot of fun. And it's also edgy as hell. Reaper's the only close combat I'm interested in. I actually have a lot of interest in Monk. I mostly blame Lise for that. I have a lot of interest in Monk, but I don't want to level up a Pugilist from level 1. That's my problem. You again. Other matters demand our time. Hagan, unless it is battle you seek. Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Monk is great. I just want to punch things. It speaks to me on a spiritual level. Because physically, I'm not a puncher, so I need to get that out, like, digitally. Look, Tara, eventually you're gonna have to level 1 of every class type. Good. I'm looking forward to it. I'll level my warrior while you level up your pug, Tara. We can skip DPS queue. Edible, you have my attention. You have my attention. I'm looking at you respectfully. Is considered the easiest melee class. Oh, Reaper is. Reaper is very aesthetically pleasing and very well designed, and is considered the easiest melee class. Got you. I'm interested in Reaper, but the time I get back, I'll have no playtime left, I think. Rip, DJ! Lalas and punches kicks are lethal. You can hit people where you want to hit them, right? We're right at the perfect level for the most debilitating punches. Also, a Lala monk would just be cute as hell. Yeah, if I level a melee, it'll be a pugilist. Or monk. Well, they're the same, but... On Shu, I was White Mage, Red Mage during A Realm Reborn, Dark Knight, from Heavensward to Shadowbringers. Dark Knight spoke to you, eh? I miss Samurai being able to heal themselves with Third Eye. Rip. Are there any of the melee classes that have self-heals like Red Mage? Because that'll make them more attractive to me. I like that if things are hairy and I know my healers are in trouble, I can just stop and quickly Vercure myself and like full heal myself with that. I really, really like that aspect. Dancer has a heal. I forgot about Dancer. Dancer starts at 60. Crap. Okay. If I choose to level another DPS while questing, other than Red Mage, it'll either be Dancer or Monk, if I have the dedication to level up Monk from 1. Reaper has, like, Lifestealer, and Dancer is a lot of fun. Bards can buff healer output. Monks can buff party defense. That's cool. You will love it, Tara. Eyes. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They're the source of Nama's strength. To the Dotharl, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it, though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us. I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely... I love Sadhu. Namely battle. With you, Hagan. The Nadam entered ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dotharl as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Yes? Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Hatun has made her choice. Shall we dance? Let's go! Hagan is like with a bit of phlegm. Hagan. It's based on Mongolia, right? Monks can also buff healing potency with mantra. How flashy are monks? Not that flashiness necessarily indicates my interest, but just out of curiosity. That will likely be your second class. Which one, Vel? Dancer? Han, don't say the G. Ah, thank you. It's kind of where the Hun came from. Attila the Hun. Got you. Oh, the Reaper. Gotcha. It's nice too, because once you get to that point, Vel, it'll be level 70. So it's just like, you don't have to grind it up. So you can literally just like split level them while you're MSQing, because it gives so much experience, you outlevel things. Ha! It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Han, and await me outside the I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. A lot of phlegm. There's a lot of phlegm. I should play Sage just so I can hit her with phlegma. Pugilist, you'll have to level up for Monk. But for Reaper, you unlock it, it's level 70. Like Sage, I unlocked, and it's level 70. Ended up in Alliance Roulette where my squad was just me, the Bard, and 4 dancers for DPS. Oh no. Oh no. What's happening to you guys? What is this? Are you guys okay? They're all smitten. They're all smitten by our presence. All right, let's wait at the designated location. Every battle was a concert. That's so good. We're simping over Shu. He's so pretty. He do be pretty. Respectfully. That's the emote from the Ananta tribe quest. Oh, right. From the, because that's the emote you do in the Sri Lakshmi fight. No, 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 no. All right, let's ditch Mount BGM. Boop. Here we go. Lakshmi is a great fight. I loved it. BRB foraging. Get those snackies, Vel.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Han.
You're right, it is Han. You ignore the
Is
G.
this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
I think Tsukuyomi is one of my favorite trials in the entire game. The Savage is so much fun. I enjoyed the base Tsukuyomi fight. There was a lot to it, a lot of movement.
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest.
Stola, that was very
Lay low the
culturally
strong that
insensitive.
we may rise higher. That is our way.
Oh.
The way of might. There is
Funkle.
no other.
Were you with us when we did Shinryu item synced? We got a full group together and we did it. God, that was so much fun. That was so much fun.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Sato acting like Ravana, you're not far off.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
True.
Enough talk.
Oh, that's when
It
you
is
joined the
time
animal.
to fight.
I loved it. It was a blast. The new Extreme is fun. Super fast-paced, very monkasteer, so black mages hate it, but everyone else loves it. You followed immediately! My heart. Come, Han, let us dance. Wait, she's already dead. I've already killed her. Let's just melee combo her and put her out of her misery. Whoa. Wait, this is embarrassing. Whoop! Whoop! That's fine. You are strong indeed, a worthy champion of the steppe. But you are mistaken if you think I will fall so easily. Hell yeah, Sadu, let's go. Let's go, I underestimated you. She self-healed.
In death do our souls sing.
Woo! Right here. This is safe, I think. Oh, it's not safe anymore. What in the geometry? Finally at the item level, I need to do the trial thanks to the most
In death
recent
do our
relic.
souls
Not
sing.
again. Not again. Ah, fighting you is pure bliss. Such sweet pleasure. I will not suffer to end so soon. And she's back. Melee combo. Oh, we got ads. Do 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 do. Ouch! I got hit by that. Wait, breaking them does nothing. Oh my, help! I can slide cast this. Yeah. Bro, stay down! My soul demands more, Han. Give me more. Wait, this is like bordering on kinky here. What's going on? Yeah. Sadhu, is this like a...
In death do our souls sing!
Sadhu, is this like a sexual thing for you? Am I partaking in something lewd?
In death do our souls sing!
She's trying to awaken a new kink in you. It is absolutely a sex thing for her. Uh-oh, we're good. Also, Milko, hi, welcome in. Stormblood is the story of combat sexuals. Mir, 100%. All right, do we think she's gonna stay down after this one? My arms grow heavy, my eyes dim. But so long as my lifeblood flows, I will fight on. She's back. Yarg!
How it burns!
Oh! Help! I'm terrified. She's going crazy!
In death do our souls sing!
Oh my. Guys, I feel I am in danger. Holy heck. It's coming! The meteor!
In death do our souls sing!
Knees weak, arms spaghetti. We're good. Phew.
Yes, yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so!
She's satisfied. It's a weird sex thing for sure.
Come, we have only just begun.
Edible, I wanted to say it in less words.
Enough!
Tell me she's
You
not
were
out of power.
not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Maybe Sadhu and Xenos. Sadhu and Xenos are a perfect pair. Holy heck. You're so right.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Sadhu and Xenos would have been a great ship.
Have you
100%.
forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
Challenger approaching? Do we also have to fight Magni now?
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
God, I love Sadhu. She's just combat sexual. Love it.
Insolent child. You will learn your place.
You're full of shit, but fight me. Actually, though. Oh?
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal.
I've been calling
we
him
will not
Magni.
abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
Let's go.
The
Honestly,
sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Hien is such a top shelf husbando material. He is. That's why when I asked the frick, marry, kill question, it was such a toss-up.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her.
She's
I am
referring
not
to
patience
Latoya,
for
right?
this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Yes, Strolla's like, oh god, I'm becoming my mother moment. Literally. Ray. Exactly. Oh, I'm playing Y'shtola. Stone 4 of the 7th Dawn deals Earth aspect. Arrow 2 deals Wind with potency of 50 and duration of 18 seconds. That's a DOT. This is a heal. Restores MP. Okay. Time to spam stone. We're having our Y'shtola moment. I returned with 2 drinks and a slice of cheese. Vel? You okay? You okay? A slice of cheese. Hungry? Try 2 to 3 slices of cheese as a meal replacement. Whoa!
Kneel or die!
I'm gonna go eat 30 to 40
before
olives.
me.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot, we gotta break the middle one. There will be no bowing today, sir. Focus on Magni. Magna, leave Didacul to me. But I'm just putting my DOT.
Or die!
I'm healthy.
Mark well and learn.
Honestly, Y'shtola's cast animations are really cool. I like how she like floats. Oh god! Y'shtola, some healing would be welcome. I got you. I got you, friend. Yeah, I did need to. I was like busy looking at Y'shtola. I'm feeling attacked.
Kneel or die!
Oh, my mana's empty. I didn't even realize. These are just white mage casts? So all white mages have these cast animations?
Bow down before me!
What am I casting?
Mark well and
I'm
learn.
hitting the wrong thing. The Eldritch mod returns. I think I got snapshot of that. Yeah, I did. 100%.
Kneel or die!
I can slide cast it. I can. Look at me being max efficiency.
Bow down before me!
Oh, Didacul got fricked.
Tremble before the sun!
The axes will not break. Nowhere to hide. Oh, we have to focus fire him. What? I shall take care of this. Limit break Hien.
Let us be about it.
Ah! Oh dear God. Every step you will take, every move you will make, I'll be watching you. Now fall. Active time maneuver. Keyboard mash. That's way easier than clicking. Time to finish this.
Aoife, to me. Have at you.
Holy, get his ass, Y'shtola. What strength, what grace is this? Look at Terra finally learning how to stand outside the AoE. How he's grown. He's grown so much. This game is so flashy, I love it. Me too. This animation is from Final Fantasy X? That's so cool. Some big dick magic, absolutely.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield.
Let's go. Gasm defeat.
What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
No. No. Has he caught feelings for Y'shtola? Oh, wait.
Y'shtola, why?
Are you? Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
Oh my, no.
Battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love.
No, he's simping, dude. He's simping.
Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Oh, man.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh my god! Y'shtola!
Damn it!
Oh my god! She went right for the throat! Oh no! Magnite, no! The poor man, the burn, savage! Zero chill. This is why we love Y'shtola. This is why we love... Y'shtola has committed murder with about 20 witnesses. Oh, fuck. Little? Little. Y'shtola is literally everything. Hello, 911? I'd like to report a murder. Can't be much of a burn when he's a little son. Oh, man, that's so good. Oh. Oh, man. Holy fuck, I love this. This is so good.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Oh, she's salting it. She's salting. Stop, he's on. Insert Simpsons quote. Stop, stop. He's already dead. Battle music starts.
We have wasted enough time here.
Why do I hear boss music?
Siren awaits for word of our success.
I love you, Ishtola. I love you to death. Holy shit. Devastation. Nitro, literally. Oh, man. Oh, that was so good. 10 out of 10. Oh my god. Guys, I'm laughing too much. I have to take a pee break. Hang on, I have to see what she has to say for herself. What do you have to say for yourself? Offended? Not in the least. I'm no stranger to clumsy propositions, and that, believe it or not, was far from the worst I have heard. Love it. Pee break, guys. I have to take a pee break. Stole him over the throat and Sadu tore it out legitimately. At least he doesn't have to worry about getting tempered since his soul's already been crushed into dust. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. That was so good.
Seems like there was a struggle. Maybe it was a flib-de-hibdegib monster. Or it could be a flib-de-hoobdegib. I don't know. We should investigate further. Follow this blood trail a little deeper. Ah, the blood trail led to footprints. Seems like maybe they started running.
Come on, that's a perfect impression. That's a perfect impression. Sound like actual
Sounds like he's like...
I don't know what that scream was. Don't ask me what that scream was because I don't know what it was. Echo! Thank you for 10 emeralds.
Sound alerts aren't working for me, so pretend this is a realistic knocking
Okay,
noise.
okay, here we go. Let me hang on. Give me a second. Knock, knock, knock. Oh my god, Echo. Oh, Jesus. Did I sell it? Did it work? Did it, was that good? Did you get the dopamine? Did you get the dopamine? Right, you right. All right, next time things go horribly wrong, I do a shot. I'll go pour that shot. Be right back. Is this a logic seed? I think, oh my god. I think it is, Togepi. I think it is. I think it's like slightly. Are you still fucking alive? You're both still fucking alive. Explain. What happened to my face? Why did my face do this? Hang on. What happened here? What? What happened? What happened here? Okay, we're good. I already hit, well, crazy what's going on in Kenya. What the fuck is going on in Kenya? Kenya. Oh, Kenya. Where the giraffes are. And the zebra. Wait, what? Kenya fit these? Oh my fucking. I hate it here. I absolutely hate it here. Fucking curse. Am I the only one that like struggles really bad with tabs? I feel like I'm back. Hello. Oh, you're playing through Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's such a good game. 10 out of 10. Good game. Fun game. It's nice. Wait. Oh, I should have talked with Hien. I wonder if he had commentary on it. I'm doomed. Oh well. You were not only to contend with Sadu, but Magnite too. Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. Loving the art style of Hollow Knight so far. There's also like deep lore that's hard to understand, but if you like look for it, it's there. It's cool. It's very 2D Souls in that regard. Whoop! What's this? What you got from me, Rando?
It's a jacket. It's a jacket. It's a jacket. Where did it go?
Did it go in my regular inventory? Dude, look at that! Look at that little jacket! Look at that. We gotta find a glam for this. Look at this little fucking jacket, dude. Tara, please clean your inventory. Don't look. Wait, don't look. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I can have whatever I want in my inventory. Little fighter pilot. It's giving fighter pilot vibes for sure. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Rando. Thank you. I'm gonna make a glam with that later. Judges Terry even more. Stop. I'm self-conscious. I'm a hoarder. Oh my gosh. I still don't really understand the lore. Highly rec Moss Bags video once finished. Yes. Get somebody to put together the lore for you once you're done the game, because it's confusing, but it's there. I mean, you can just toss whatever you aren't using in a retainer's inventory. You underestimate my laziness, Izagi. You underestimate how entirely lazy I am. Endure emote incoming. Inventory is hurting my brain. Shut up. Stop looking. I didn't ask for this, okay? Hang on, let's just wait. Where's my armory chest? I'm gonna move it all behind my head. All behind my fat head here, so you guys don't get to see nothing. Tara's inventory has nothing on my Guild Wars 2 inventory. Valora's Guild Wars 2 inventory, nightmare fuel. She showed me a picture one time. Actual nightmare fuel. You know, you can expand all bags in your inventory at once. What? So it's even worse of a problem for you guys to look at? We ain't doing that. What the fuck is going on with your inventory? We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the aether flows as channeled, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. God, that was such a good scene, dude. 10 out of 10. Absolute the burn savage. I wonder where Magni is now. Fucking dead, that's where he is. Leviathan, Leviathan, Leviathan. Oh, I turned off Mount BGM. Shame on me. Leviathan. Magni killed himself. This is why I was so excited. The thing is, when you guys get excited about things, I have no idea like what exactly is coming, but I know it's gonna be good. Oh, I love that scene, Kyo. Did you catch that in the VOD? I was conflicted, but I loved it. That's a cool staff you have. Is that a relic? It must be. That's way too flashy to not be. Are there clips? The reaction will definitely end up on YouTube in the I want to say near future, but given I'm streaming 6 days this week, I've been lazy. I haven't been editing anything. I've been doing very simple tasks in my downtime off stream. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Aye aye. It's the A Realm Reborn relic. It's so nice. Leviathan, Leviathan. gonna be really cool if it actually fixes the burn. Man, Y'shtola's powerful, hey? Holy shit.
You're my
Pterodactyl
superstar.
screeching.
Mag! Thank you for 17 months, you beautiful soul. How are you? You missed the most savage burn in this game. 10 out of 10. It was so good.
Did it work?
It would make sense. She's absolutely more attuned with ether. The screech felt appropriate. No, Charon! Is it?
It did.
It was just you.
Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Yay! Did you get good yet? Not yet. Not yet. We're like right on the cusp of Shadowbringers.
Leviathan, Leviathan. Boom, boom, boom.
To manipulate ether in such vast quantities is draining, to say the least. I shall take it slowly for a while. God, I love her. I love her so much. As if I couldn't love her more. And then she did the burn that she did. And now I love her more somehow. It just sat with the circle spinning. Oh no! Dude, I'm so glad I haven't had knocking on wood real quick. So glad I haven't had issues with internet, like, since the fix that they did. That was a disaster. A hot mess. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Sir, of course, we have taken the momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Why the fuck would you say that? Boom! Instantly, stream crashes. Agreed. The others may have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. You jinxed it. I know. I know. As would I. Without further ado then. Garuda relic? Okay. I really like that relic. Nado's like, wait! And Rando's like, wait! They're all coming running up as I'm warping away. They're like, wait for me! Do-do-do-do. My PC is doing stupid thing where it'll freeze and require a forced restart. Ugh. Have we begun the troubleshooting steps? I'm sorry that's happening, Mag. Terra's a holy hater with his Vex turned off. It's just in some dungeons it was too much for me. I was having trouble acknowledging the mechanics because effects everywhere. It's a Lux weapon from Heavensward. I need so many shiny weapons. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well in the Azim step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need to only say the word. It happened before, and I think it was a graphics card driver thing. All my temperatures look good, so you're not stressing about it. Okay. You are the tech support, Max, so if anyone's going to figure it out, it'll be you. Heavensward quests are some of the easiest to do, but Red Mage wasn't out during Heavensward, right? So I can't get those. Do you know the other reason that I want to be a pugilist, or a monk, I mean? Crazy flaming weapons. Crazy flaming arm cannons is why. It is cool. Heavensward relics are just a massive poetics sink. Got you. I was wondering what else poetics would be used for. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. Minutia. Thanks, guys. The new relic weapon for Monk is a dragon head on your fist. God, that's so cool. I mean, at least mine, it's like second and it's fine. That you have to wait for it to load back up and considering what, I can't talk. Load back up and considering what you said it's doing, that's a recurring thing that's much worse. Yes, the recurring issues are the biggest ones. Hoi, I'm back hanging out while I eat. Hi, Ali. It's good to see you. Hello. From Hingashi and Suinosato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. Well, there's not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to the alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses, for the time being at least. All of which means I may leave for a meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri and Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold on to the fort in my absence. That's really good, at least, Mac. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan Quarter by now. Then let's not keep him waiting, shall we? Being punished for building a PC and not buying a pre-build. Pre-builds are just a money sink, though. I don't think you should view it as punishment. I got stuck in this weird boot cycle one time. Legit had a panic attack. Dude, I stress so quickly about computer issues. I'm very, very fortunate that I'm dating tech support. Oop, did I change my web profile on my mouse? Yes, I did. Whoopsies. Yeah, no, I'm very, 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 very glad that I'm dating tech support because I start like freaking out instantly and he's just like, move. I'm like, okay. And then he fixes it. It's great. It's great. It's great. I would recommend it. Date tech support. They're cute and helpful. Until today, the worst thing we do is freeze the video for a bit. Oh, am I at dead end? No. We'll freeze the video for a bit. Today was the first actual full freeze. Ugh. So many people are panicking about tech stuff because it's like, it's so debilitating. Hello? Hello, darling, you're looking fabulous. What is this dye? It's so like metallic. Hello, darling. I'm just checking out your glam. It's very nice. It's very nice. They really are, and they skimp on certain components to save on their... Exactly, Charon. Exactly. Always build it yourself if you can, or find someone smart who can help you do it. That's the content I want to produce. Easy to understand tech advice and shit. Yes, Mac, please. That's what I Google all the time. Or YouTube. Terry dating the chef tech support combo. Yep. Got your emotes. Time to return. Let's go. Hi, yeah, it's me. I'm the one who's panicky. It's also me. He's like, you're the tech support. Spec Perfect Human. Would like to order one for myself. They might be available on eBay. I don't remember. I found mine at a grocery store, so you might have to find yours there as well. Raid groups getting together? Catch up on the VOD, Gray. I know you're going to want to. Love you. Enjoy your raid. Ishila has told me all, and I duly told Eorzea and Krile. I love that. I found mine at a grocery store. You found yours on Grindr? Do feel legitimately, hang on, I want to stop you right there, Edible. Feel zero shame about that. It's impossible meeting humans in person in general. Online dating is like one of the only ways to like find people these days. Genuinely. I want nobody to feel that kind of weird shame that we felt years ago when it's like, oh, we met online, and people would be like, oh, are they safe? Are they like a good person? You know, like, because it's just, that's how our society is evolving. Meeting online is the norm now. I also found my partner at work. Krile in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there's any development. Scrub for me! Ooh, Izagi, hello. Love this. I don't know. If I don't know what's causing something, I go into research mode and figure it out. I wouldn't even know half of what I know if it wasn't for people like that. Karen, me too. Anytime that I try. The thing is, it'll take me 6 hours and I'll be screaming and crying and figuring it out. But I will eventually figure it out thanks to tech videos like what Mac wants to make. But that's when Spess chimes in and it's just like, I can just do it. Like, I can just fix it. I'm like, okay, thank you. While I'm crying in a corner. Usually I'm laying on the floor depressed and like watching TikTok while he fixes stuff for me. I'm super socially awkward, but in the way that I overcompensate and mask it very well. I feel you. Some people think I'm a charming human, but really just scared little bean that wants to hide from everyone. That is so relatable, Edible. So relatable. Also, hi Froggo, welcome in. So that leaves 4 of... Jolly, suddenly died. You okay? So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arnvald is here to assist with security.
Such devastation.
Though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alpha Note, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsman at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. This is so sad. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Tina, welcome back. A new redeem? My heart is happy. He listened to me. Mac, look! Remember my notebook? Oh, wait, the glare. Remember my notebook? I did things. I like having the notebook right in front of me because it's easier than leaving like a notepad on the computer. It's physically there in front of me, and when I'm glancing around like Unga Bunga, it's right there. Why you laugh? Oh, who am I supposed to talk to? The resistance guard. Edible, I love this glam. I love this glam. I love this. I want those shoes. Boop. Oh, pawn proceeding into the palace. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Ah! Ah! It's happening. Several cutscenes. I fucking love several cutscenes playing in sequence. I want to set aside sufficient time to view them in their entirety. Look at the gang, you guys.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
Well, let's go. Usually lurking, Tina, I just want to stress, there's never need to engage. If you're vibing out and you're there and you're just like, ooh, yeah, vibes. Ooh, you're playing something. You're working on something. Terra's over there, probably on a second monitor. That's perfect. That is more than perfect. So no pressure. Let's go, Thades and Gentlethems. Edible, I love that so much. I am stealing that. Thades and Gentlethems. I love that. That's fantastic. I also like guys, gals, and non-binary pals, but it's such a mouthful. Thades and Gentlethems is perfect. That's hard to say, but I like it. I will train my tongue. Don't read into that. Don't read into that. Merlwib von Bluffishville.
I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
Let's go. You will do nothing of the sort. Can you? Okay, please.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
My husband!
Lord Hien of Dorma, at your service.
I didn't realize Aymeric was here.
Accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Can we just feel like, can we just say that Aymeric feels like the odd man out? Because it's like a chunk of Eorzean people, a chunk of Doman people, and then Aymeric's just like, I am also here, representing all of Ishgard. He doesn't have like a whole force with him.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together.
True. True, you can gas us up a little bit.
In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
Keo, no! You can't say that!
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
Holy shit, really? Wow, we haven't.
I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council.
Preach. Preach, Edible. Ishgard is part of Eorzea. They just didn't acknowledge it until recently. Fair enough. You know what, Ray? That's fair enough. My brain totally, like, separated it, but it's just in the Kurthus Highlands. Like, you're so right.
I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
You're gonna make Alize sad. Look, she lowered her head. She looks so distraught.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino. In so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Hi, Froggo.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Pretty well. Charon! Yes! But no. But yes.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
Also, the whole Estinian not joining the meeting, we don't know, like our character, we the player know, but our character doesn't know that Estinian is a moving piece on like the board, right? We haven't engaged with him directly, I don't believe. It's just been him and his spear. I'm trying to recall any scenes. I don't think so. He is not a scion. He's his own moving part right now. And I don't think we've
the
seen
Empire
it.
will not
Largely
so easily
yeah.
change its ways.
Rogue
if
agent,
the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
So
Indeed.
true, bestie.
All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions.
Yep.
They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
As big of a problem as the Empire is, the Ascians do pose the greater threat here. He's Julia Roberts eating pasta in Italy. Yes. Just floating around like a true dragoon.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
Hi, Soma. Love you.
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic. Subterfuge.
What do you have in mind, Thancred?
You have an idea?
Vel, that's so funny. That's so funny. Estinian getting his live, laugh, level. Xenos gets his seethe, suffer, hate. Yep. Cope, seethe, mauled. In ARR, the minute those masked mages showed up in the beginning and then literally just disappeared, the devs were like, no, just forget about them. The Garleans are the threat. Exactly, Edible.
Speak your mind, Master Thancred.
Actually, more specifically,
none here know the enemy better than the
they were like, Taleji Adeleji is the real threat. Hi, Spike. Good to see you.
Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus.
What is your subterfuge plans, my lord? Don't forget about Lotharito. Lotharito, okay, it's funny. Lotharito unmasked himself, right? In the meeting with Nanamo. And I was like, he's slightly less evil to me. You know why? Because he's a cute Lala. Because cute. The minute he took off his mask, I was like, at least he's like cute little Lala. I can forgive his atrocities slightly. No! All Lalas are evil. And well, I got news for you. I play Lala. Somebody had to tell you. Somebody had, it might as well have been me. I'm a Lala player. All Lala are evil. It's so interesting that Lalas and like Gek from No Man's Sky are so polarizing in the communities. You either love them or hate them. There's no people, not that I've seen so far, nobody's lukewarm about Lalas. And it's wild. Everyone's always talking about subterfuge. No one ever talks about domterfuge. Nice, nice. Soma, could you please enlighten us about domterfuge? I'd like to know more. For a friend, not for myself. Just for a friend.
We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
I like how Thancred's plan is, let's use the shinobi. I have a love-hate relationship with Lalas. I love them, but I've been row for so long I can't deal with the camera height. It's physically painful to me. Can't you adjust it? Couldn't you like put it at row height if you wanted? Come on, sir, you still have a full patch to get through. I'm so sorry, Ray. I'm stalling. I know I am. I'm so sorry. The creepy grin the evil characters have just seems a little bit creepier on Lala's. Agree, Charon.
And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
I'll focus up. Ray, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Oh, hang on, I have to interrupt my stretch. There we go.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire.
Think of it, stretch.
Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
There must be more than just the Popularis.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was
Shut
to
up,
make
Wesley.
Xenos heir apparent. Family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
I like
the
this
Empire
plan.
would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I like it, I like it.
I am no
He's
stranger
good plan.
to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
All right, all right.
Doma already has shinobi in place.
Vel, you like
throughout the
Thancred too?
provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not?
Yes.
Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace.
And
let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
And if we go this route, then the problem may solve itself, right? With the different factions within the Empire. So I like this. Merlwyb is such a king we stand. I love Merlwyb. I'm literally in the like Limson Alliance, whatever the hell it's called. I can't remember right now. Maelstrom? just because of Merwin, because I love her.
That way. Sorrow.
What? What if that was like the Warrior of Darknesses?
Must be changed.
Whose voice is this? Who is this? This is like a messed up version of the Echo.
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life.
The voice actor sounds...
Twin
I'm
dooms only you
crying,
can
yes.
forestall. Only you.
1 second,
Am I
phone.
well?
What's the matter?
Yeah.
That voice actor sounded like the Warrior of Darkness.
Whoa!
There's
a voice!
Wait, everyone's experiencing it!
Spies in our midst? Nay, I sense no such presence.
Even people without the Echo.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
What? Phone. Thank you so much for the tier 3. Phone, I love you so much. Thank you for the tier 3, you beautiful, beautiful soul. And 20 months, no less.
Is it over?
Okay, good. I can like pause it here. What the fuck? What the fuck? Throw open the gates, Terra, smiley face. Cryptic. We love it. Dude. The fact that like Ishola doesn't have the Echo. Thancred doesn't have the Echo. And Eorzea doesn't have the Echo. And those 3 were at least experiencing it. I don't know about the others. They're like spies? Phone been here a minute, just a minute. Just that's it. Phone, I love you so much. I hope your day's been awesome. I hope work has been good. I know it's been crazy busy. Mwah, love you. It seemed like all the Scions were experiencing, yeah. So the gates, have you thrown them wide? Not yet. Not yet. That seems to be my current plan. But my current running theory is that sounded a lot like the Warrior of Darkness's voice. However, that theory makes absolutely no sense, and there's no grounds to that backing it up at all, because the Warrior of Darkness went back with Minfilia to his realm, whatever the hell that is. When I got to this point of the story, my hype went through the roof. So much intrigue. Beware, she'll call you little son. Oh, I'm counting on it. All this ass. I wonder, should you throw wide the gates? Perhaps. Oh, Thancred's fucking dead, by the way.
Master Thancred!
Wait!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready.
Oh!
Swiftly!
Oh! Holy shit, dude. Oh, my heart stopped for like, I should be wearing a heart rate monitor. My heart stopped for like a full second. Because I would said it as a joke, and then he's like...
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
Ah! Game, relax. Relax. Grip Thancred, he died as he lived. Holy shit, actually, Terra, legit. Oh, man. You said it as a joke, and it was like, wait, what was that? So he's comatose.
What could
I'll
have
take a
done
coma.
this? And why just him and not the others?
Holy Jesus, dude.
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, milady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change,
Damn
all
right.
right?
Thancred has crashed. If this is the first time you're seeing this screen. Taking all bets, Bedge or Dedge? I think Bedge. I think he's sleep. He's sleep. Have you tried turning him off and on again? I'd like to turn Thancred on. What? I'd like to turn him on. What?
Thank you for coming.
Poisonous
Knowing Thancred,
substances.
he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
Jet, thank you for the clip.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can.
But
to him, I would say, rest easy. that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors.
Hang on, I have doubts now about Thancred's plan. It was literally after Thancred was like, so here's the plan, that we all experienced it, and the voice was like, this way
now,
leads to
the
calamity.
matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Yes.
Eorzea and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
Yes, I did. I think most want him to stay on. Charon, exactly. This is Stormblood post-game, yes. Very close to Shadowbringers, very close. Must go back to work, bye all, Froggo, later.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
Yes. I love you too, Mahez, welcome in.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Okay, please text before you call me. Do not just fucking call me. I will have a goddamn panic attack. Text beforehand and say, I will call you. Don't just fucking call me. Sorry, that's totally off tangent, but I just had to get that out.
I myself examined Thancred.
They can't. No, they'll find a way. I'm the same.
Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
What?
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Heavensward. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
Black Abyss.
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
It looked something akin to the Echo, but
forgive us, Lys.
Worse.
But may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after.
If he's
just
even
focus
there,
on
dude.
solving this mystery, all right?
Not enough blondes, Val.
Thank you, Lys.
I listen to my voicemail like every other day. Like, please leave me alone. Yeah. Pulling a weekend at Birdie's. No, Soma, you can't. If you call me with no context, I automatically assume someone has died or something's gone horribly, horribly wrong. Same. Big mood. Lys, absolutely not. Get him the fuck out of there. I actually prefer phone calls.
As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
I understand where you're coming from, Mahez, but it's still going to give me a panic attack if you call me without texting beforehand. Tie some wires on him. You got your really old Thancred married out.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Oh yeah, I guess Lys was unaffected because she's not one of the Scions. So whomst ever did it specifically targeted all the Scions. And since Lys is not of us anymore, she didn't get the thing. I actually like voice clips as well. I don't know many people that send voice clips, but I don't mind them. I just tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger! Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started... What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Urianger. He heard the voice too. Of course, he's a Scion. In Thanalan? As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there could be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. You've learned the emote Endure. Bam, 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 bam. Is that it? That's it. It's not a full emote. It's just like a facial expression. That's the emote. I love voice momos, especially when I'm lazy and don't want to type. Yeah, like I said, I don't have many people that do them, but I've never been upset to receive one because it's so different from a phone call. Eorzea agreed to meeting us at the Rising Stones. If any others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Well, I hope Hoary Boulder heard it. Wait, is Hoary Boulder a Scion? No, he's not. He was a Crystal Brave. I don't know what he is now. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Do you think Lise is glad that she's not a Scion, or is feeling kind of left out? Wow, everyone had like a super cool acid trip, like voice hearing moment, and I was excluded. He's a Scion. He's on the B team. He's filler episode stuff. Got it. Ice emoji. Bye again. Gray, I love you. I hope rating's going good. Hori! Real! And the other girl. I don't remember her name. Hug him. Hug him, Alize. Please. You bitch.
Eorzea! God, it's good to see you.
Hug him. Hug his face. Somebody hug the man.
Our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
Oh, Jesus. Thank you for the follow, welcome in.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
I think they wanted us to open something. That's all I really got out of it. I was too busy being shook.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
I just want to reaffirm my theory that it might be the Warrior of Darkness somehow.
Not when so little
Great, pulled me in. Great, thank you for bringing humans in.
Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
Alfie almost certainly heard it too, Edible. I didn't even consider Alfie. Tara, there are 4 hugs in this entire game. Don't break my heart like that, Rando. There needs to be more. They do the Paper Mario thing where if you check in between MSQ quests, he'll tell you the stories of the wild shit he did. In fact, he's responsible for quite a few important things like capturing Yu Yu Hase. He's basically Luigi in Thousand Year Door. I love it.
To Alamigo then, without further delay.
My favorite, like, side NPC dialogue that we've read was the Archer girl from, like, the C group being horny over the boulders. That was my favorite one.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Hey,
well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at 2 apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed. I shall make it my task to...
Again?
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
We're being harassed. Hello, 911? Oh shit, our turn.
I hear it too.
He dead. Ah, here we go.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Eorzea!
Throw wide the gates.
Throw wide the gates. What gates? What fucking gates, sir? Terra, if you just throw wide the gates.
No, this can't be happening!
Bro! Bro! Bro!
Eorzea, open your eye! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something. Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Jesus Christ! Nap time! They're getting chloroformed! They went into a coma and took custody of 90% of the Scion's brain cells with them. Yeah. Jesus! Hurry! This is an unprecedented predicament for the Scions, but we must remain strong. The least of us, most of all. Aenor, are you still horny over here?
Emotional damage.
Literally right. Buy one, get one. Buy one, get one brain kidnapping. As a mage, I have some few scholarly acquaintances of my own, and will reach out to them for their insights. It may not be much, but 'tis my own little way of aiding Mistress Alize. Thank you, Coltonet. Aenor's off being horny somewhere else. Didn't the self-same thing happen to Thancred? Who's bloody next? Dude, if they take all my friends, I'm gonna be so sad. Confound these old bones. Literally edible. Confound these old bones, useless as I am. I should have been the one to be struck down. Ochre, sister, and I will take turns to keep watch over the slumbering Archons.
Sloppy.
We'll not leave them untended for a moment. Also, you bought a Steam Deck. Are you enjoying it, Neon? Congrats, congrats. I kind of want one. Like, I kind of really want one. Forgive me. That was an unseemly display. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? Oh, it didn't arrive yet. It's so exciting regardless. I love Slope. Me too, phone. Base model's only 400 bucks. That's not bad. I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Okay, here's my running theory. Current running theory. I don't like the theory that it's the Warrior of Darkness because it doesn't make sense.
I love you, bitch.
I feel like the Warrior of Darkness's like arc has been dealt with. So it just kind of sounds like the Warrior of Darkness. If it is the Warrior of Darkness, they're for some reason reaching out to us and they're potentially kidnapping the consciousness of the Scions to help them with whatever. Okay, whoever it is, let's ignore the Warrior of Darkness. Whoever it is, they're reaching out to the Scions for help to open some sort of gate. I don't think it's a physical gate. I think it's a ethereal gate or something like that. Because they're talking about the different realms and worlds that exist, right? So I think they want us to break open this gate. Well, I have to leave. Bye, Keo! Have a good sleep! I'm hearing too much political shit today. Disgusting Waffle. It's okay. Here we're talking Final Fantasy. Waffle, I love you. Since you're already in debt, why not add more? Surely it can't get worse. No, bad advice. My friend set up Slope soundbite to play anytime he got a Vuln stack when doing raids. It's good stuff. 10 out of 10. I have debts, but life is too short to worry about those. As long as they're not insurmountable. Enjoy the game, Terra. I am. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus, we will rouse them no matter what. So yeah, my theory is that they're not dead. I think their consciousness or their souls, as Kane Senna said, have just been whisked away somewhere. That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Who? Whomstididiv? Oh my gosh, Jat. Okay, so I was similar upbringing, not that bad, but similar upbringing, and I've had close friends go into massive debt when they got credit cards too early. So I am immensely frugal. I am immensely, immensely frugal. So even though I want like a lot of Mog Station things, I've really, really been waiting to buy them, even though a lot of them aren't expensive. I'm just so careful with money. Time for me to stay up till 3 a.m. again so I can give Terra a big welcome to Shadowbringers. I don't count my mortgage as debt exactly, since it's kind of a fact of life adult things. I get you, Mac. I get you. I'm really bad with money. It's my poor upbringing that has me like desperately clenching to my pennies. Aft Castle. I find that people that come out of a poor household go one of two routes. They go my way, where they're really frugal and are scared to spend even $1, and then or they go the other route where they didn't have the luxuries. Like my brother is the opposite. He didn't have the luxuries growing up, so now he splurges and gets himself a lot of stuff that he wants, maybe a little bit excessively. As you've probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. Oh yes, Gabu, of course, of course. The private hero will bring him out to us. Who the fuck is Gabu? Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often. Gabu, the goblin! How could I say who the fuck is Gabu? Ever since Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Funky, hi, welcome in. Oh my god, the Gabu story, that broke my heart. Same! The Gabu story is what told me that Alize is an amazing character. It's what made me love Alize. Hi, Gabu!
Here he is, my lady.
I'm gonna cry. Hi, Gabu. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I'm sad. I forgot about Gabu. Elise is my favorite scion. She's the blood and the life. I would die for her. As I said the other day, Alfie is still just a small percentage more beloved by me. I'm like mid-ground. I try to spend as little as possible, but when I do spend, I tend to go for better quality stuff so I know it will last longer. Me too. Me too, Mahez. I won't go for top of the line, but I'll go for almost top of the line, so it won't break within like a week. My grandfather grew up during the Great Depression. He's grateful for everything. You could give him a pocket lint and a paperclip for Christmas, he'd be overjoyed. Funko, that's so cute. Grandpa's frugal, mom and dad do okay. I'm getting medicated, so I should do better. Let's go, Mac. The serotonin hit you get from new stuff and lack of impulse control is too real. Yeah. Yep. How dare you forget about Gabu? I know. Okay.
I see. You're still fighting.
The fact that she's been visiting him whenever she can, with everything going on.
I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens. I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones.
Alize's VA said the Gabu story is her favorite part she voiced. She also said that she voiced the scene as if she was talking to her own kid. I cry. It's funny because I really want to... The minute she said, "I'm proud of you," I kind of wanted to, like, reload this scene, record it, get that little voice clip, and have it be a little redeem, so you guys can tell me you're proud of me in Alize's voice. I think it was delivered really well. It sounded very, very genuine.
I've seen
I know
my
you
share
can
of
phone.
trouble since coming to Eorzea.
So I'd probably remove the backing music. Like I'll turn off the settings for the music and just go into the scene and just get that snippet that I want.
Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
For those who we can save, for those we have lost, and for those who we can yet save. You still have me. You don't have to bear this burden alone. Ah, I love both these options. You don't have to bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, I love her.
Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
I cry. Oh. Return to the Rising Stones, take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. What a beautiful scene. What a beautiful scene. That was amazing. Emotional damage? More like really fucking good voice acting. More like really fucking good voice acting. Whew. Alize, Team Ali all the way. See, this is why I want to play Monk. These are literally tea kettles, and they're glowing, and they're crazy. This is Monk, right? Oh, yeah, it is. Crazy, glowy punch fists. Hi, Meteor. How you do? How you do? Dude, I love that sword. Oh. Remember you have those tissues? I don't need them yet. My sleeves have been sufficing. Oh. No matter what she's doing or the sass she gives, she's never not thinking about someone else and helping them out the way she can. Such a good fucking character. Such a good character. Those are kettles, Tara. They have steam coming out of the top. I know they're kettles. I know. I saw them. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I'll begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for good, some not so. But all around me, are familiar faces. People continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire. They march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll come visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. No, come with me! Ever since the coils, she also sees you like Alphino sees Estinian, the older sibling they never had. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart.
It's funny, I feel nothing for Xenos like this right now, because this isn't Xenos. And that's what made me realize I don't care about the character's aesthetic, I care about the character themselves, because I'm not like swooning right now. We know Xenos has been displaced somewhere else, so I don't really care.
Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face,
Nobody's
I
surprised.
swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire.
Nobody's surprised. I called it the minute it
My
happened.
deeds stand testament to my commitment.
Not that it was hard to guess.
And
but
with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate?
Why would Varys hesitate?
Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
Peculiar of Varys. My thoughts are that maybe Varys doesn't fully trust the Ascian.
I should be the one to sigh.
Who?
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then thanks to Lahabrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back.
Who?
Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
I've seen this dude's face everywhere. On like Twitter and like everywhere 14 related. But I have no idea even their name.
What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms.
How old is he? Grandson? What is this face?
You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern.
What?
Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err.
What?
If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it.
So Varys isn't even like King Honcho?
Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it.
Solus Zos Galvis. And he built the empire.
Oh dear. Have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read.
He's kind of cute. Hang on.
You, I do.
He's kind of cute in a Pixar,
Say,
like a dopey Pixar way.
ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know.
This will be on the history test? Okay. I'm not looking at chat for a little bit. Some of his facial expressions.
The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Oh, fuck. Wait.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty.
So Ascians...
To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns.
So Ascians founded the Empire, which would explain why Varys is... Well, I mean, this man is why Varys is working with Elidibus.
To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Allag.
Oh, okay, bye. Okay, bye. What?
You fiends are overfond of your own voices.
Easy come, easy go. Nice to meet you, Solus. He cast gun.
Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Solus is an Ascian. Okay, I didn't make that connection. I thought he was implying that he worked with an Ascian to found the Empire. What? Fucking Ascians.
Such a waste of time and energy. Both yours and mine.
He's a quirked up white boy who is slightly goated with the sauce.
You are emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game.
He has the gamer posture, he does.
Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand.
Hang on, I just saw in chat. I love how Terra's face went from, oh, interesting, to, oh, fuck me, not another one. Everything up to this point has been orchestrated by Solus, yeah. So there's I thought it was all Varys. This is a brand new piece of the puzzle being like, boop, here you go. This is why things are happening. This is why the Empire is working with the Ascians. All along, this is why. Even Gaius, I'm sure.
Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
What is their rightful state? Before the Sundering, I'm sure, but like, we still don't fully know what the Sundering was. Rightful state. Shoot him again. Shoot him again, Varys. I love his theme. I think that's what makes him such an interesting character to me right now. Music plays such a key role. Meanwhile, at a resistance encampment, somewhere in the Empire. Imagine not knowing about the Sundering. Like, Minfilia tried to teach us about it, but I was like, what? My brain was just like, so it's Kingdom Hearts, because they were talking about 13 darknesses or something. And 7 lights. I don't know. That's Kingdom Hearts lore. Mahaz, thanks for the hydrate. What in the world? Comatose? Have they been kidnapped? Oh! Deaded or kidnapped? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. The Council. Magic killed them? I wonder if it's much the same voice that was afflicting the Scions. Damn them, they finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Garabania, a gas, mustard gas, Black Rose it was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Monsters! Criminals! You hate him for a lot, but eventually he becomes a little respectable in a way. Okay. It was the Empire killed him! I know it! Well, wait, that voice line fits perfectly in this. The OST here is the thing, 80s horror vibe. It is. With the, like, building,
Such devastation.
Is it called a stinger? I can't think of the word. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters, the Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Wow, 80s horror indeed. Such a crime does not indeed bear the mark, or does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot. I like how they're specifically not voicing any scenes with Shadow Hunter because his voice would be a dead giveaway that he's Gaius. Like 100%. Beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. I think the average player would just look at him and understand that he's Gaius, though. Like, all I needed to convince myself that he is Gaius, like, there is still a chance that he's not, but all I needed to convince me that he's Gaius was watching his moves in battle. Still on that hill, like, 100%. 100%. The only other person to move like him was Ferdola.
I'm glad you've come. Though I'm afraid
Oh
there's
yeah, I
little
forgot,
in the way
Rando.
of preparing.
Forgot. I forgot everyone got new voices. Remember Gaius would have also had his voice changed. Yeah, I forgot. Never mind, my theory doesn't stand anymore. They're just weirdly not voicing it for
After
whatever
you
reason
left,
they feel.
we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring.
It's otherworldly.
Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Eorzea and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. Gods, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
No, don't lose hope.
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryl? Kryl! Whoa, my chair.
Kryl,
My chair's trying to kill me.
I did not think you well enough to travel.
Terra's theory was held up by rotten wood. Can you stop?
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
Bully Alphino moment?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
Yay! I love it. I love it.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
True. Doing the teapot pose and all, exactly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
Kryl is point for point a near identical reference to a party member from Final Fantasy V. I think this was her white mage outfit in that game. Cute.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened. Thanks to a certain someone.
Is it me?
A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Mum's the word. EJ! Oh my god. Main story or main scenario quest?
Patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
At least we still have Kryl. Do 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 do. Jet, no bully. No bully, Jet.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep.
If you've unlocked Eureka, instead of Alize saying something about Kryl being well enough to travel, she says she thought Kryl busy with Eureka. That's cool. I didn't know or ask either, Val.
Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Aiding to my, mental kidnapping, or soul kidnapping.
Yes.
Theory.
The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes?
Yes.
If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Master Matoya's eye is basically, God, what are those things in the Tolkien universe? There's like 8 of them or 11 of them in total, and they're orbs. What the hell are they called? Spess, help me. Spess, if you can hear me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Suffering. Saruman has one, and I can't remember. I'm drawing such a blank. But that's basically what Master Matoya's orb is. Rings? No! God. Fucking lurky Spess. Palantir! A Palantir! Ray, love you. Love you. A Palantir. So Master Matoya's eye is basically a Palantir. Same thing. Pondering the orb. Yes, indeed. The plural is Palantiri. Ray, you're so attractive to me right now. Genuinely. I mean nothing by that. Other than the fact that you're so attractive to me right now. Pondering the orb. Quite literally. I've gotten 133 help desk tickets this month. I hate it here. Isn't that because new students, Mac? It's still like the beginning of the school year. I'm literally playing Shadow of War and pulled up the app indices to find the correct spelling. Muddy, I love you. I was so happy when I learned the orb ponder meme was from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, so the Palantir are touched on more in the Rings of Power. They are still touched on, like, because Saruman has one. And I think they show up in The Return of the King as well. But I didn't know much about them, and then Spess was like, so, Terra, that's a Palantir, and then he gave me all the lore, and it was awesome. Have a good party. In lore, it's a crystal of light from an earlier age when Hydaelyn had more power to give. Spess is a dork, that's why I love him so much. Fun pontification. In JP, they call Kryl Kururu to be more befitting of a Lalafellan naming conventions, rather than keeping it Kryl outright. So her homage to Final Fantasy V would have otherwise only been visual. This, however, is largely conjecture from yours truly. Thank you for the conjecture. Kryl's outfit also serves a practical function, the Cloak of 9 Lives being a magical artifact that alters her luck to be more favorable. She's literally wearing lucky clothes. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Hi, Grandmama.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems.
Aww.
Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Always the blunt one you are.
I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders.
Dude, awesome.
Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
Matoya's such a good character. Iconic,
If I
yeah.
may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
You have a code for her hat from your lore book. How have you not redeemed it instantly, Funkel?
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
She's the best, really is, Moon. I love crotchety old characters that are secretly really loving, and that's Matoya. She's a witch! Best granny. Ponder the orb!
Let us see what we can see.
Me when I ponder.
I'll begin from where our friends first fell and cast my senses out from there.
Best of luck. Don't get Sauroned. Don't you fucking get Sauroned. She's gonna be like, I must raise an army of orcs. Let us see leave.
What is it? Did you find them?
Is that true, Funkle? My heart. My heart if that's true. Master Matoya was a cat in another life. Sorry, Coral, yeah. Come on, let's be universe friendly here. Of their cats, corals. It's in the side quests here in her cave. So cute.
Wait, this doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
What?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
What?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Perhaps trapped behind some sort of gates.
Could the ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods.
I still like my theory. Hi, Fawn.
Their bodies are just husks. It's like the brood mother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
Behind the gates.
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
Because they're blocked behind the gates. I'm convinced of this. Aw, Charon, that's so cute. Got sick, now you have a lot of free time? It's good to have you back, Fawn. We missed you.
But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking.
Because they're trapped behind the gates.
Craig, excuse me a moment.
She makes him live under the library stairs partially because of the embarrassment. If Y'shtola found out, Funkle, that's fucking precious.
Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Let's go!
I'm sorry.
People run.
I realize we've barely begun.
People run.
But
I mean, I know.
Go, child, go. You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
Like, I already have the meta knowledge that Alphino's totally fine, but like, I just need Alize to feel better. So let's go.
Digging in the meantime,
Let's go.
and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
let's be off then.
Your Final Fantasy Tactics voice, you always have the Ramza minion out.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I'd chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
It's the ether. It's like all ether has left the broom. Oh, never mind.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Eorzea were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether.
Oh,
It seems
I was right.
to be happening all over.
The plot thinnens.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliak. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
So that's our subplot going on right now. The major plot going on is Scions are being mentally kidnapped, maybe, I think. The subplot is there's a thinning going on. All the ether in the world seems to be thinning out. Probably because of all these primal summonings going on. Perhaps. I had done this just to share it. What's this? What's this? I grew up thinking I was a Disney princess. Turns out I'm this lady. I'm an ugly old creep. Relatable. Oh, the tarot cards and the crystals. I didn't even notice the other things. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 image. 10 out of 10. You can't just blame all your problems on primals. True, but I can blame them all on Ascians. Extra thin. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had a distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again just to ask her what tales she has of grandfather. Wide vibe. Na, 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 na. I almost can't bear to hear what Maximo has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless... there's no point in speculating. Lise said she'd notify the guards of our coming, so she should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamigan quarter. I'll be praying for good news, learn what you can of Alphino's plight, and leave the search for our friend's lost souls to me. Da-na-na. Ba, ba, ba. Porogo, you saw the frog. You saw the frog, did you? Oh, you didn't make it into position fast enough. I saw you. I saw you. You didn't get to lean against the wall fast enough. Better luck next time. Gotta be quicker than that. Porogos are little wizard frogs, or like witch frogs. Either or. Warlock frogs, perhaps? Nah, too far. Wait, I can fly in here, can I? Oh, no, I can't. This is so sad. Dragoon? That's some cool armor. Wait, this is literally the armor that Estinian wears, just minus the helmet. Very cool. Very nice. You literally thought it was Fashion Frogo as a character. Don't I have the Porogo minion? Alphino will be alright. He has to be. I still have Sadu out? I forgot. Minion guide. Porogo. Oh, there we go. Porogo. Porogo. Froge. Did you call my frog over to you? And now he's bored of you. That was so cute. That was so cute. How do you feed them? /feed? /treat? /food? /pet? How do I do it? How do I do it? /hand over. But he's so cute! Okay, let's go. And yes, you can interact with other people's pets. So Vel, I had Sadu out for the longest time, which is a character. And there's another character named Magnai. And if you have both the minions, if two people have them, they'll like they'll swing at each other. They'll like run over to each other and start swinging at each other because the two characters hate each other. Also, this glam is magnificently edgy and I love it. This is perfect. Greetings, Scions. The commander has told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes. Boom, 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 boom. If you have the Mughals, they dance together? Up to 7 of them can dance? No, that's so cute. Good King Muggle Mug, good King Mug.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Yes. Yes.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Chill!
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
She's so
if you will allow
defensive.
me, I shall endeavor to explain
Protective.
events.
She's so protective of him.
Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian
He still
threat.
had a job to do. Very Alphino of him. All but a few Garleans use the Elysian body model. Pure blood Garleans, that is. That's interesting.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
Sid is one of the exceptions.
On that
Sid
subject,
uses the
there is
Hero
much
model, right?
I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion.
If they're going to be mustard
I
gassing
have also
them.
heard reports that several companies
What
have
about these sort of
withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Fair enough.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh, no, don't you dare.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity.
Don't you dare. Leave Alize with me.
Instant. Throw wide the gates.
Leave her with me. Leave her with me. Okay. Okay.
You heard it too.
Throw wide the gates, Terra. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior throwing wide the gates? Synchronized headaches.
At least we're both still standing.
Yeah, that's literally my feelings.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
Because we need to throw wide the
wish
gates.
I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Bro, if we can make it there in time. Constitution save successful. Not a nat 20 because we still got afflicted, but a decent roll. Throw wide the gates so that we may pass. So Alphino is safe, for the present, at least. Now all we need to worry about is full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lys tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Never really gonna be up till like 4, huh? Ah! Go to bed, Jolly! We got hit again? Nobody got KO'd. Yeah. It was just me and Alize, and I was like, don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare take my Alize.
Emotional damage.
But Bedge. Alize Bedge. No, she's still awake. No coma for Alize. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the Steppe tribes. We also have been joined by our neighbors from Nagsha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I am glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have a need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we've received from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in its place. The all-important Allegan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious, a name drawn from the 4 Lords of Legends perhaps, Serius Aegis, or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azisla firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I will come too if you don't mind. Though I am no Y'shtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the war council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Wear the storms. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. As expected, Suino Sato failed to answer the call. Not that I blame the Ruby Princess. Enlightened as she is reputed to be, it could be no easy task persuading her people to relinquish their long-held isolation. Rip Yugiri. You did your best. Back to the burn we go. I don't remember how we got up there the first time. Ah! Give the word when you're ready to take wing. Head to the burn? Yes, please. Gonna lurk for a few minutes. Gotta run to the grocery store. Absolutely, Charon.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders.
Please work.
Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Actually, right before we start this, I gotta pee really quickly, and I want to get a Red Bull. I'm feeling a little bit like yawny, and I don't want to be yet, because we have so much to do still. So I'll be right back. With a tab, and they're just like, I'm like, yes? Okay. If at least one other person gives me a yes, I feel better about myself. Because, like, these people look like they have, like, no sensation on their fingers. Because, like, if it gets under the nail, it kind of hurts and shit like that. It's complicated, okay? Yes, you are. What the heck? Oh. Oh, you all mean yes, you struggle. No, you are the only... I don't want to get flashed by Freddy. I mean, yeah, I don't want to either, Froggo. That would be terrible. I would hate that so much. That would just be like the worst thing ever if Freddy flashed me. Like, that would just be so bad. I would just really not enjoy that at all. Like, at all. Bonk. VOD game and download is 2 bytes. Wait. Fucking Jesus. There's a cock in here. Dominique cock, no less. It's like good to chill. Oh, why did my guy moan so sexually? What? Oh, I'm fucking dead. This is terrible. Wait, Terra, you be dunking on peeps? 6'3"? I do be dunking on peeps. Wait, wanna see me stand up? I know you have no frame of reference, but here's me standing up. While cursed. Oh, fuck, I got cursed. No, I need a purging stone. Oh no, Ryan is dead. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Goodbye. Goodbye, I'm going. I can get it for free. Out of range. Yo, let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Wait, save is still popped? Please, can I have it? Did I get it? I'm gonna celebrate with a drink. Refreshing. Delicious. Cramps, eat my booty once more, please.
Very well.
Eat the booty.
As Kingseeker,
Eat the booty, eat the
I
booty.
shall now instruct you, the Lord's successor.
Wait, we can get our own booty shot. Ezrin, my sweet precious boy, was walking behind said spider. Spider was moving very slow. Ezrin was sniffing Spider. And then Ezrin licked Spider. And then the spider was gone. So, my cat ate a spider. This looks interesting. It was gross. It was very gross. And I was scarred. And I was like, this is not the energy I need right before a stream. What's this? Okay. Oh, he just so quietly came around. What just happened here? There we go. There we go. This is so scary. What do you got there? A needle. Oh no! Ah! Ah! No, what do I do? Oh no! Guys! Oh my god. I have crap. Okay, I'm back. I was about to crack this open, but I realized you guys would probably want the ASMR of it. You're my superstar.
Lucky 13.
Oh. I was watching that. No, too bad. You have to watch me instead. Lobster, thank you so much for the 13 months. I love you. Hope your day's been awesome. Also, hello, Goobzor. Welcome in. Oh, okay, here we go. Please work. Please work. Please work. I am rando. I literally am. I thought it was like a universally shared experience having trouble opening tabs, and then it's just me. You struggle too? Okay, it's at least one other person. It's me and EJ.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming.
We're building a wall, and we're making the Empire pay for it.
1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected.
Valkyrie Flame, thank you for justifying me. Like tabs on cans, yeah, like these. Like especially if they're really flat down. Okay, I think it's like past trauma. I think I bent my nail backwards one time trying to pull up a particularly stubborn tab, so I'm just scared of them now. Is it gonna straight up to space? Is that their plan? Like how high is this wall gonna go?
4,000, 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Let's go. Mac, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
No, this is perfect timing. They can put the barrier to the
This
test.
is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
This, exactly. Unless it's like a friend, and then they go boom, and then we go oopsies. Yeah, get fricked, idiot.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
Now they're just gonna like get out of their car and be like, hey, what the fuck? On the other side of the wall.
By the gods. It's Alpha, no. What are you? Let me go!
Hi,
he has
Lord.
my brother!
Lower the barrier!
No, it's fine, Mac. We know it's fine. He probably just got like a little bit mustard gassed. I'm sure he's totally fine. I'm not worried.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
Can you talk more? Say so many words.
No, not him too.
Oh, he got fucking... He got combed! Wait, that didn't even occur to me. He probably heard the voice at the same time as me and Alize. And I was like, oh, it's totally fine. Alize's here. I didn't think that Alfie got yoinked. He got, yeah.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem.
This man has such a sultry voice, and I'm melting a little bit. This is Roose Bolton from Game of Thrones? Wait, 10 out of 10 voice. Hinting, but didn't want to harp on it too much to give it away. It just took me a second to get there, Izagi. Of course, when I'm like, oh, me and Alize are fine. Nobody went down. Of course it was fucking Alfie.
It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Sloppy! Fated reunions. Prepare to act surprised, you guys. Who could he be? Gaius Van Baelsar? No way! We knew it. I'm not shocked.
Aye. Gaius Van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I've learned since we engaged.
Jolly. Hi, Bakma. Thank you for 25 biddings. What? How could it be? Literally, he has the most motive. He has the same moveset. Like, I'm not shocked. I'm not. The mask was there. Who is surprised? Nobody. Nobody that's been paying attention since A Realm Reborn should be surprised right now. And featuring Gaius Van Baelsar as Shadow Hunter. Fucking, what is it? Metal Gear Solid credits.
Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
But Terra, there were like 6 years of story. Okay, so for the average player that hasn't seen him in 6 years, I don't want to like talk down on anyone. For some of you, you might have been shooketh by this moment. But like, given that it's so fresh in my mind, it was like clear as day for me.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Again, that's just the privilege of being able to binge the whole story. It still wasn't super shocking. Okay. But for those few who maybe got shocked by it?
How I was deceived by La Habrea. How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea. The Ascian used me, as he used so many others. All to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least.
And then he was fueled by vengeance!
A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble.
Let's go.
And swore vengeance on the Ascians.
Let's go, Gaius. Let's go.
The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge.
Vengeance! He literally lived out of spite. He didn't used to do those big X mechanics either. That's a new invention with the Praetorium rework, I think. So it all just happened to be so convenient that I could pick it out that easily.
My principal quarry was to be La Habrea.
EJ isn't there yet, Izagi. I think EJ's like level 30 something? 40? Too bored? Yes. Yes, it is. They took that from Regula, gave it to Fordola, then retconned it onto him. Got you. I get you. Okay, fair enough. So Terra, am I now okay to share the non-spoilery interesting thing about the masks Gaius has? Sure.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
We pretty much are.
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the black-masked ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know.
I forgot it. I'm glad he recapped that. I didn't realize the black masks were like lower
Yet among
rank.
the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the source.
Oh, he mentions it. Jolly, you're recapping literally what he mentions. That's funny.
The first was La Habrea.
La Habrea?
Who plagues us no more.
Yep.
There is also the white-robed Elidibus.
Elidibusy,
and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
Have we met an Emmet Selk? I don't think so.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Correct.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibusy.
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light.
I'm laughing right now because I said Elidibusy and he said Elidibus seems, and he said it quickly enough that it kind of for a split second made me think he was saying Elidibusy. And I need to reread the rest of the dialogue because that's all my brain latched onto. Most likely culprit as emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium. Okay, yeah, so he came to the same conclusion. Fuck, that killed me.
Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance. And
You
I
heard it
believe
too,
he seeks
Isaacsi.
to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail
I'm leaving
of this
a marker
very
to
prey
see if
that
I
the
can
boy
come
and
back
I
for that.
Came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted and all stockpiles destroyed.
Wow.
Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Gaius was always kind of a good guy. Well, such devastation was not his
Toxic
intention.
gas. This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
Gotcha.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date, and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized.
Oh.
And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
So how many? How many are there? I guess because the Ascians can just move from body to body, all they need is a husk or like a host.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland.
I like this punished Gaius.
It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Also, it's not clear that Alfie knew that it was Gaius the whole time. There are more important matters at hand. Gaius is a decent guy, honestly. Yeah. He did what he thought was correct.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods. Even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
Lied to and manipulated, yeah. He just thought he was doing what was right. He even stopped the production of this, like, mustard gas, the Black Rose. Yeah, agree. I like punished Gaius. He's a good guy.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Well, we already know that not much can be done for him. Not unless Kryl has a breakthrough. A good Gaius. Jolly get out. Jolly get out. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alize, I do, but Alphino is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know if Seriu's wall works as intended, what can we expect, or can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Ooh, let's go, EJ. Fair enough, Jolly. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldernard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldenard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chirurgeon place him in every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yugiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lisa and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant. Hey, you gotta wear what's more comfy. Ain't nothing wrong with sweats.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
Who is this? Their name is Solus. Swagged out, jeez.
How very noble of you.
Solus Zos Galvis.
Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
One thing that I like about Solus's design is he kind of looks like a Pixar character, because he has like the unconventional nose, which I find attractive, and like he's very expressive like a Pixar character. And I kind of like that about him.
The silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect.
He has a lot of simps.
Slowly but surely,
I don't know if I'd call myself a simp, but I do like his design.
Light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire.
I'm gonna sip. Gossip. Solus feels a little out of place in a sense, because he feels like he's very expressive, especially like compared to Varys. He's very like quirky and expressive.
You
whereas
cannot
Varys
have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise.
Varys is very match. Solus is more animated, precisely.
Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
Varys match, yeah.
It was my design?
EJ, I don't know if you've learned this about me yet. I don't read every single message in chat.
Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way.
Phone, don't you lob factual statements at me like they're insults. Rude. It was by design? No way! Imagine being one of the random guards in the room like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Like these people back here, like what the fuck is happening?
Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson. Hey?
Hey? And he's Canadian, ladies and gentlemen.
If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Fraudulent existence. I'm trying to read between the line here. I must know more of the Sundering. I must know more. EJ, I know you're excited, but try not to just like gibberish in my chat, please and thank you. Gotcha, Jolly. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders. It may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. Oh no, I missed it. That's okay, VODs. You got VODs, Gray. You got VODs, don't worry. I've just received word from Lise. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. VODs, back again later. See you, Gray. Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo. He's very, what's the word? Eccentric. He's very eccentric. A very eccentric villain. Do do do. That's the word. Thanks, Sarah. I know what you were trying to say. I just couldn't get there. Took me a second. Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters. Yes. I think that's the thing, Rando, in why it felt like they stood out, like they almost looked like they didn't belong in the game, because they're just so much more animated.
Welcome
Hi,
back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
He's come back to us, but not quite.
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's...
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea.
I kind of wonder, if Alphino didn't collapse, would they have come back with this information? Like, was that still their next step? I assume so.
The threat of an
It's too
unknown
important.
weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Enemy of my enemy, etc., etc.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself?
Huh.
Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it.
Actually, there isn't, DJ.
Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
Hi, Gaia.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I mean, I'm not fond of politics either, but I'll be there. It's not a bad idea.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Appreciate you, Gaia. Have a good sleep. That's your body food checking yourself, EJ. Thankfully, the human body does a good job of reminding us most of the time. Let's go. Parlay with Varys. There's no possible way this ends well. Listen to that ominous fucking music. People sit Throwing wide the gates, attempting to, Coco. How come he gets such a nice chair and we get these piece of shit ones? I'm Batman. Sorry, the way he flung his cape gave Batman vibes.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today.
I am vengeance. Terry, I'm here tonight to thirst over one person, and that is Solus.
As this
I really
parley
like
was
their
convened
animations.
at your request, I invite you to speak first.
They're very, very eccentric, as we were talking about earlier.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. But you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue.
I love an eccentric bitch. Bears can walk off a short pier, though.
Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea. A partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals.
That's so good, Gray.
Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated.
So we should convince the Beastmen to fight for us, and then problem solved.
Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and
Good luck,
reap
Raid.
naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
But like we've been in those shoes.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Agree.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
He do. 7-hour car rides, that's gonna be Bring snackies.
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize the countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
There's nothing to be gained out of this dude.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise.
That's ominous.
You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words.
Like, there's no point in talking to him right now.
He understood that strength is all that matters in the end.
Honestly feels like there's nothing to be gained from this parlay.
Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people.
Okay, Rude. First of all, bitch. Rude. We have Aymeric.
There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it. And from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
Pirates, but friendly pirates.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
That kind of felt like Kane's way of likening Varys to a beast. Like a very polite way of comparing him to a beastman.
Compare us to the Birdmen?
He didn't.
Who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
He didn't miss it. He didn't miss it at all. She was absolutely comparing him to a beastman in a very, very polite way. Ceruleum is their fuel for their magitech. Gotcha. It's a fuel source.
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing.
What possible common ground were you expecting?
Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here.
Varys does have some points, particularly the one about the kobolds from the Maelstrom, or Limsa Lominsa, I mean.
If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
What? What? What direction could... It seems like Varys is only going to be happy if Garlemald is in complete control. So what possible constructive direction could the talks head to? This seems pretty case closed to me. Karen also raises a good point. It's due to the Empire's intervention, I guess we'll say, that the Beastmen are even summoning primals in the first place. Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? For years we have warred with the Empire, and with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity. I would not squander it with bitter words. Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path. Yeah, I agree. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. For a moment, I feared our talks would descend into violence, there and then. Eorzea speaks of her dislike for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Mostly he's pointing out their hypocrisy, yeah. I do much wonder at Emperor Varys' decisions to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties, but what then is his goal? Everyone's sus. 'Tis true that Limsa Lominsa's beginnings were not wholly honorable, but our old wrongs do not make the Emperor's deeds, or the Empire's deeds, right. Merylwib has another good point. Whew, this is not really my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself, what would Alphino have done? Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. The question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. Oh, I did already. Oh, I didn't already? Hang on. I kind of did already. This parley was never like to bring peace, and I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relationship with the Ascians. As had we all. Yet, if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer that fact. And if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man, if you would indulge me. Lord Hien, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens. Come to that, veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of his Radiance's own person. That sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself. You could make a religion out of that. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us, logical on the surface perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something. I will say one thing for this Varys. He is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. Then it's up to us to change that here and now. Absolutely, Jolly. Just catch up on the VOD. Thank you for trying to stay awake. Ha! You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Wait, well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it means sailing close to the wind. 12 have mercy, but for Lady Alisaie's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys has left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Say nothing of Xenos or the Ascians. Invite Varys to explain himself. Yeah, no, I feel you, Jolly, I feel you. You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute still, eh? Jolly sleep. Next time, next time. You've spoken with everyone then. Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Barrens said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question.
I
can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
Oh no, where have we heard this before?
What in Lorga's name are you talking about?
Ooh. Evelyn, hi.
I am talking about the origins
Evelyn,
of
how
the
goes
star,
Endwalker?
of the source and its 13 reflections.
Oh, this is important. Origins of this star, of this source, and its 13 reflections. Okay. I'm hyper-focusing. Gonna get to bed, because it's time for bed. Okay, Mag. Enjoy unwinding before bed.
At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined.
That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Have you?
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
They are.
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
Weird, EJ.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
He's dropping that knowledge on us?
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Your prize is a lie, your master's demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard.
And you would have that be a fucking Garlean
An
standard.
army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs.
Said every dictator ever. Literally, Charon.
We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
If it was a potato race,
want
maybe.
to trigger another half-dozen calamities. You can't be serious.
So what we've just learned, Lobster, is that every race that we see, if this is true, every race that we see is a fractured version of some previous race before this sundering. Tara, I sleep, Muddy. Hope you have good, comfy sleep.
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
I love you, bitch.
Love you too, Muddy.
It is unthinkable. Unconscionable.
If every race is a reflection, what are the Ascians then?
And what is the alternative?
The shadows.
To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
Like the Warriors of Darkness.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
So that's his whole intention. To rejoin the races so that we can face the Ascians.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another.
Yeah, Randall, what logic is that?
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible.
Nanimo spouting that hot tea.
Such a man is not fit to govern.
Get his ass. Get his ass, Nanimo.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Yes. Give me the prompt. Give me the prompt. We can defeat the Ascians as we are. I cannot condone such loss. We can defeat the Ascians as we are. We've killed like 3 of them by now.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
Nodders. Drag her. Expose her. We can't hope to oppose them till we've been made whole.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me.
We've thus far won against Elizabeth, so yeah, literally.
Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
And so, we go to war. Unlucky. Potato Queen. Yeah, edible. I was thinking it. I was thinking it. But yet, we're the savages. Who am I curious of? Alize, what say you? His grand plan is to bring about more calamities. This is insanity. This madman must be stopped at all costs. Who other's opinion do I care about? Amaric! The Ascians are terrible beings indeed, that they would found an entire nation to further their dark desires, or dark designs. 'Twould seem that the Empire's history is as sinister as Ishgar's own. Let's do it. I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle, so as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. The face of war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
True.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
Charon, literally. They don't have magic, they're just jealous.
The
they want to be
reinforcements from
rejoined.
Doma arrived not long ago.
Use magic.
I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
Yeah.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to count them on me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
What? Yes. What? Yeah, there's a lot of talking. Spence is like, wow, you're so quiet. Are you still alive? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I'm not used to you so quiet. There's a lot of important talking. Spence.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands.
Hvor det lader you. Thank you for lurking. I love that Drax does the same thing to you, Molly.
Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come.
Let's go, battle speech. Hype us up. Hype us
May
up.
the crystal guide us to victory.
Ah! For the crystal. Yeah. I go sleep now, Molly. Have good comfy sleep. That is a shame, Jolly, now that you point that out. Enjoy the battle. I shall. Expert charge.
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right.
It's okay, Eorzea. You might not have it, but I have very thick plot armor.
So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
I won't. Oh, my girl. No, I ain't going nowhere.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Bet. Let's go. Jolly, you won't even be able to sleep, let's be real. Bow, bow, the Gimlety Dark, now accessible. Alright, shoot me that invite. I'm sure you guys have a group together. Let me in. Let me in! There it is. Vani, our resident party maker. Staying awake squad, let's go. Ready, check, yep. Matza Pepe hands. Vani's just too quick, Matza. You gotta slide into Ray's DMs. Ray's been so good at getting the parties together. Our rating still, I would come. Glad you in good hands. I'm in fantastic hands. Let's go! The Gimlet Dark. People leave. Matza, I love you. It's okay. Wow, they did like a remix version of it. With brass? To a battle! So who's our party today? We got Ray. Sophine is Evelyn, correct? And Emiya is... phone? Question mark? Emiya.
Leave this to me.
Oh, it's not you, Evelyn. Sophine is Oh, I'm having trouble with the names. My potato brain. It's potatoing. Who knows? Maybe Terra will have the earlier streams by the time he reaches Endwalker. So I'm actually thinking about trying those end of October, where I start just a couple hours. Woo! Where I start just a couple hours earlier. Please do. I feel for my EU crowd, dude. I beg thee. Spread out. Be wary of artillery fire. We're literally storming the trenches, dude. Look at this shit. Like, look at this area. Why is it giving so much like World War II? Oops, I pulled aggro. Oh, I should just melee. I have full mana. I don't know why I'm sitting on it. This is a really fun dungeon. I think they were doing a lot of testing with the system so it's become duty support with all the supporting NPCs.
Sloppy!
That's so cool.
Emotional damage!
EJ. Whoa! What is this ability? Magitech Slash? Oh! 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 Keep going! Hang on, I got you! I got you! I didn't have a dual cast ready, but I still got you! I threw Vercures. I am helping. Oh, it's showing the rotation of the attack. That's what that spin is. I see. That's cool. Oh, it's about to happen again. That's a fun attack. Get used to that. This is a new mechanic we're learning, hey? Oops, sack marker. That was a fun fight. Look, congratulations on all the stories so far. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying Endwalker. I cannot wait to get there myself. Happens a lot in Shadowbringers. Gotcha. Okay. Dude, it fully feels like we're storming the trenches. It's all fucked, it's all blowing up. I just noticed there's like troopers like parachuting down. Paratroopers, you might call them. Hopefully it's a boss fight coming up because I got full mana, I got emboldened, I got magnification. I'm ready for a boss fight.
Ready?
I am ready. I just said. Brace yourselves. They've called for reinforcements. Well, I'm gonna use up my mana then. Ready? Ooh, ow. My body. All right, full mana again. I'm ready. All right, I'm going in. I'm going in with the embolden. Yeehaw. Ouch. No, my melee combo. Sophie! My melee combo. It was ruined. Yeesh! Whoop. Down the doors. Whoa! I stood right in it! Thankfully I had a dual cast ready.
Such devastation.
So true, Evelyn. I had a dual cast Verk here ready for that exact moment. I like that it seems like you can embolden twice in a fight if it lasts long enough. Feels good to pop it right at the start because of that. Kane! Aymeric!
You underestimate me!
I like that even Kane is fighting.
Out of my way!
Hien! Yugiri! Woo! Aymeric brought that AoE to me. You frickin' frick, Aymeric! I displacemented away from you, and he came over and he bullied me. Are you throwing the wide? Are you throwing wide the gates, son? I'm trying. I'm trying to do it. It's so cryptic. I have no possible clue what gates they want me to throw open. This ring is ever so slightly an upgrade, but it has spell speed instead of crit, so I'm not taking it.
As one!
Pippin! Stormblood could really be described as just constant rises and falls in the story, which I like. Tons of build-ups to huge battles. There's been like 3 of them namely now. Man, I love Avengers Endgame. I could see some parallels. Another one. Unbreakable cement blade. Should I melee combo this? I'm doing it. I'm wasting my mana. Oops. This one's for you, Papalymo.
Time to get serious!
Let's go, Lise! She did it for Papalymo. Again, barely an upgrade. No thank. Is Kane Senna using Collective Unconscious? Excuse me, aren't you a white mage? She's multi-classing. Prepare for trouble. Come on. And make it double. But in the end, they are the only that. Savages. Now let us be brief. His radiance awaits. Jesse. James. Team Garleans, blast off at the speed of light. Tell me they're not Jesse and James. Tell me. To protect our world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. From Power Rangers to Team Rocket. What did I come back to? Jesse James. Ooh, I'm being targeted with something. I'm gonna move away. Ow. What is the full quote? It's like, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. Oh, I'm being aimed at. Help. Oh, I'm being double aimed at. Help. Oh, I should have emboldened. I'm going in. Press the kill buttons. Whoa, my God. Uh-oh, I'm gonna lock myself into white mana, aren't I? Oh, I got close. Nothing more embarrassing than locking yourself into a mana. To protect the world from such devastation. All memes aside. Whoop! What is happening? All memes aside, this is a fun boss fight right here. Yeah, that's right. Wow, man. Insert every other Pokemon that they accrued over the years. Oh, that can't be good. Oh, that can't be good. Is this good? No, it's not. Oh God. It seems we have no choice, Julia. You should feel honored, savages. Few are they who have witnessed this twice. Woo! And fewer still who have witnessed this. Farewell, savages. I read in chat at the last second, somebody said hit the LB. I didn't know if it was the last boss, so I didn't want to hit the LB yet. We have served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. Team Rocket's blasting off again. It would have been even better if I limit braked. Terra, you could have LV'd. I know, Ray. I didn't realize it was the last boss. I pet the Emiya. It's been a while since we got the party up with Emiya. I believe so, Jolly. I remember seeing a Goobzer in chat.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
New, yeah.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
To protect the world from such devastation, to prove the power of the Garlean nation, Team Garlemald opposes the Warrior of Light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. I love that, Ray. That's perfect. The limit break resets at the last boss anyway, I think. Oh, so there would be no waste. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I was scared of wasting it.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
Withdrawal? Why did she say it so weird?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
There's only 2 of us left.
The light will expunge all life.
There's only 2 of us left, so I'm gonna
you can forestall the calamity.
They're gonna take Eorzea, and I'm gonna be alone.
Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 No!
Don't. No, you fucking asshole!
Oh no, don't tell me. Are you all right?
All right is a subjective word.
Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
Miserable, more accurately. Haven't played in a while, so your info could be out. Okay. Your guess would still be better than mine. Motherfucker, dude. My friends! She's alright-ish. Comatose. Alright adjacent. I'm just upset that we're alone, dude. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and that of our eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Eorzea, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Chirurgeons have completed their examination of Mistress Eorzea. It is as we feared. She's locked in a slumber without any outward cause. It should have been me! In higher levels, limit break gets less and less worth it compared to abilities. Oh, okay, so just, I shouldn't feel too bad about pressing it then. I'll just press it when I see it then. All that hero work makes you sleepy. They just having a good naps. Just like the others, damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Eorzea is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. You, Giri, and I will return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the far east is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Even though a lot of people don't understand it, Caster LB is really good for wall-to-wall pulls in dungeons. A ton of AoE damage. Ah. So even outside of boss fights, it's almost better for AoE pulls? Judging by the Guardians' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow Scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. Literally, what is gonna happen if we get yoinked? They are fucked if we get yoinked. Some people get mad when you use LB on trash, even though it's super good for it. Personally, I only condone LB use by caster on AoE right before a boss. Tank limit break in certain fights where it's required, and melee limit break if it doesn't overlap with their 2-minute burst. Gotcha. Physical range literally has no reason to limit break in 99% of cases. That's so sad. Poor physical range. Boo, 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 boo. I have to pee really badly. I'm gonna take a really quick pee break. Oh my god. Hoary Boulder is our quest NPC because everyone's fucking comatose. Now's your moment, Hoary. You get to shine. You get to shine, my king. But I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I gotta pee, guys. We'll be right back. For dinner.
For dinner.
For dinner, guys. For dinner. For dinner.
With your legs bent slightly, squeeze.
Bro, he did so much damage. It sat down to rest. Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna sit down to rest. Guys, let's get some squat music going. Beep, 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 beep. Why do I ever open my mouth? All right, phone, get ready. Couple of hams over here. Ham Central. Hi. Hi. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Ah, there it is. And fall in love with Donald. Donald not healing you. You're on 1 HP and Donald is like, fucking lightning spell. And then he heals himself while he's at like 75%. Fuck you, Donald. Fucking heal me. I'm dying. I'm dying, Donald. Cast your heal magic on me, you fucking duck. Sorry. Sorry. What can I say? I'm a screamer. Wait, phrasing. See the light. Bum, 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 bum. Hori! Let's do it, bud. Let's do it. Ah, sir, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Eorzea gave the Guardians quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Eorzea? I was certain she would have returned by now. He lacks critical information, chat. He lacks critical information. By the 12, not her too. Hoker and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. He will also need to send a message to Taru post-haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Coltonet, Kryle, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all, though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo, Xenos 2 Electric Boogaloo in his golf bag of katanas. A brief reprieve. The false juicy. Ah, sir, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have naught to report. Coltonet and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphino had been brought here and wished to see if his condition had improved. Who? Is this Maxima? Hello, new husband, since everyone else is dead. Hate to see him go, love to watch him leave. Master, sir, I've heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. Whoa, you're one tiny knight? Dang right, nerd. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. Maxima the Good Bee. Rating done. Welcome back, Gray. I just did a dungeon. Storming the trenches. I can't remember the name of it. Gearlit something? I can't remember. I have short-term memory. That is why I chose to share all that I know of the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. 'Twill seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. Gimlet, thank you, Gimlet Dark. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance of Sir and Alphino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. If you'll follow me, sir. Wait, like, him, sir, or me, sir? The twins passed the fuck out. Yeah, they did. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. Pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Popularis could not have wished for a more committed ally. The way he fucking whipped his head. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. Who? He awaits my return at North Silvertier, and I am certain he would be glad to see you, assuming you could spare the time, that is. Who? Another companion of mine. Waiting in Silvertier. This stream has definitely got to go long so you can at least clear the first quest of Shadowbringers. How close would you reckon I am? Because we are at our usual end time, but I'm not fully ready to end just yet. I have it in me to go longer. You have this quest and one other quest. Oh my god! Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. The title says Shadowbringers tonight. God dang it. It sounds like you've been through the mill. Sid! I forgot about Sid! Hi, bestie. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the Popularis, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, that his invention might bring about a better future for mankind. Oh yeah, we gotta watch the trailer. That's true, that's true. We do need to do that. Ending so soon, I just got here. Nerdy, I love you. I hope life's been treating you well, by the way. Please, revolutionary is a term to be reserved for my work, but I am but an imperial defector who thought to aid another imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Roban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives. Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe what he told us. Did His Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Ascians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it, and yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in a service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped, to save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here is in the present. We must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Seriu's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at the Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He will discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time no doubt being of essence. Could I tempt you to a ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Roban's side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. What's happened to my void in my time of absence? Some people have been keeping a company. Fret you not. Some people have been keeping the void like nice and warm for you, but not as frequently as you did. I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. Every time, you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which of course is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, sir, not even you. So please take care of yourself out there. Aye. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from the headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you're among them, eh? Okay. A present? Commander Alden is waiting, sir. It would be best if we proceeded to the Alliance headquarters at once. Are you ready? Yes. Did he tell us to become a casualty? He might have said causality, and I may have read it casualty. Because I think he did. Send me in! Do I have any active mods? Bum, 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 bum. You're here, good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but first I would apprise you of the Guardian's movements. Vel, thank you! Okay, this is it! Upon speaking with Roman, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's go. Yes. Put me in!
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly.
Let's go.
As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald.
That's surprising.
In light of this,
but
we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Let's go.
Commander, the Imperials, they've broken through our defenses to the east.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos.
Oh, well, that's a problem.
Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line.
Aye, aye, sir.
Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you?
Of course.
Do you still have the strength to fight?
Of course. I'm an adventurer. So long as you leave the Ascian to me. Nah, you need only say the word. There it is. I was hoping he'd do that animation. I love that animation.
Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
No! Huh?
Why won't they open?
There's no one left!
Please. I bid you open.
There's no one left! No, you fuck. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. I'm so stressed.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
Yeah. We're okay. We're okay.
Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure everything's fine.
May Ralga grant us strength.
What in the plot armor?
Give him hell, lad. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Me too. That's what it feels like when you hit the dab too hard. Bam, 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 bam. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo, I'm gonna play as Heian. Watch. Yep, here it is. Executes the following weapon skills in succession. Kyokufu, Gofu, Yagetsu. Then I have damage over time. Hisatsu Gyoten, which is rushes to target, delivers an attack. And second wind, which heals myself. With a 120-second recast. Jesus. Okay. So we spam 1, press 2 occasionally, and 3 if he moves away from us.
Ready?
So there are still those willing to stand against the Crown Prince. Interesting. Let's put an end to this, here and now. Do you truly believe that possible? And let us test the limits of this Garlean vessel. Ouch. A formidable foe, but we've come too far to fail now. Storm of blood. Soon I shall give the lie to man's indomitable spirit. Oh boy. Oh, I definitely should have lined myself up with the other swords. That was a whoopsie. Youch! This is the closest Terra will get to using Samurai. Do Samurais actually have cast times on some of their abilities? Because the DOT has a cast time, and it's really weird. Yes, weird. No. I'm hearing some conflicting... Yes. I'm hearing some conflicting... Sam has more casts per minute than Summoner? Some Sam abilities do have cast times. Yeah, Jutsu has a cast time, but that's about it. Okay. So very select abilities. I wonder if I should be using this dash off cooldown for extra damage. Yeah. What is this sorcery? Look upon Ame no Habakiri and know the depths of your folly. Oh no, you don't!
Here it comes!
Let's go, Lise! If you would bring all to bear, then so must we.
have a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Well done dispelling the phantoms. Now hurry, we must protect Lise. Still you choose to struggle against the inevitable. Was that limit break 3s that Yugiri did just casually? I'm full screening. Farewell, chat. Bye, Gray. Well, not me, but everyone else. Did you look at the duty list, Tara? No. It's pretty neat. Whoop. Yugiri, you bitch. You ran the same direction as me.
Yeah.
Still here for me? I just a special. I'm literally waiting for myself to arrive. Got it. I am Hien, awaiting Terra's arrival. Oh, I wasted my dash. That's embarrassing. He comes, does he? Then I need not waste my time on you. Ah! Iverson! Hien's so cool.
Oh, fiend!
Oh! That was a blood-curdling scream.
Damn you!
Ooh! People run! That scream was deep. I was thinking the same thing. Hold your ground until the Warrior of Light arrives. I didn't read that bit. Cool. People run. We'll make it in time. We'll make it in time.
Magic. With a Garlean body. That's hardly fair.
You don't say.
Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Hmm. Aw. I made it! I went new. I'm glad we got back in the Red Mage glam for this.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it.
Oh, those are so funny. That was hilarious. Gray, did you see the scene where Asahi? Yeah, Asahi was intimidating us, and he was fully crouched down in our face.
Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
You've seen a screenshot. It's so good. Asahi had to fold himself in half for that scene. And he's not particularly a tall dude. In battle, you will fight as Sir Terrabellum.
Yeah.
Bro, do you know what'd be totally crazy? I found it weird that they said you will fight as Sir Terrabellum. What if they killed your main character and you had to make a new main character? Like they threw you into character creator after killing your like lovingly designed character. That would be like pure sadistic. Ooh, I'm gonna have to Fur Cure? Yeah, I'm gonna have to Fur Cure those ones. You're hurting my bones. The true nature of our power. Woo! No, you don't. That would be a thing if Yoko Taro was lead designer. Pure sadist. Oh no, my Verfire! I didn't use it in time. I hate that it cancels the spell if you don't cast it before the buff runs out. I think if I press the button while the buff is up, it should let me cast. Just red mage things. Cope. Seed. Mauled. You are strong, bringer of light, but her blessing will avail you not. Ether transfer. Oh shoot. Wah! Yoko Taro did joke about burning the 14 servers down just after the near final raid. Oh my god. This is gonna hurt. Just kidding. Impossible! How is it you've grown so powerful in the gift? I put out a link to a tweet in the jokes and memes. No matter, you have bested Laha bread, but I will not be cast aside so easily. Jokes and memes with a video of the Asahi bend at waist moment with Alala. It's made better by a glam. Bet. I can't wait to see. I'm assuming these will hurt if they connect with me. I'm just gonna do my best to avoid them. Hang on, this is giving Guild Wars. There's a Guild Wars fractal that has a similar mechanic to this. Oh god, hang on, I'm in danger? Okay, I'm okay. Less red mages. Hi, I love you. You going bed? I can't give you a kiss right now. I'm in an intense battle. That is a very good question. Spess, I love you. I'll come kiss you while you're asleep, I promise. You'll be back. Spess wants kiss, but there's not time to kiss at the current time. Oh shit. I didn't have enough time for another combo. Fuck fractals. I enjoyed them. People never wanted to do fractals when you played. Only World v World. World v World can be fun, but I really enjoyed fractals. I used to log in just to do my daily fractals like all the time. Whoa, did you notice the music is Asian music? Did you think Xenos is an Asian? No way, Ghost, that'd be crazy. Hello, this is causing me bodily harm. There's no way. Hang on. I'm just Vercuring for safety. Imagine losing right then. Throw wide the gates. Yeah, I almost never pugged them, to be fair. No Ascian could be that juicy. Wait a minute. How is he reviving? What sorcery?
Your mother chose her champion well.
He means Heidelin. Mother Heidelin. I was like, what the fuck does my mom have to do with this?
Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. No! No!
I beseech you.
Now is not the time.
Ah, someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Help! 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 Hello? Enter Kingdom Hearts. Wait, this is literally, if you've played Kingdom Hearts, this is literally, wait, it is Kingdom Hearts. Why is it always Kingdom Hearts?
At last, I found you.
Whomst? Literally whomst? Who mega lol? Your hand is stone.
Please, there's no cause for alarm.
Enigmatic figure. He is mostly stone.
Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet.
And little do you know you killed my physical body, you dumbass.
But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion.
Stone? Or crystal? Edible, you said it at the same time that I was about to say it. Made of crystal. Daddy Heidelin?
The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
Okay. You have to say, I mean, I'm already dead. Let's just ask, who are you? Wait a minute. Who
I'm
are
afraid such questions
you?
will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done.
Okay. Meth
Go to the
withdrawal.
Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base.
Can I just make an observation? And nobody judge me for this observation. His mouth looks like that red-headed catboy mouth. That's all. That's the only observation I'm gonna make.
It will serve as a beacon of sorts.
But I don't see a tail.
One which I pray will help you on your
So
journey.
nobody judge me. There's no tail. Nobody judge me.
All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest.
What am I looking for? It's Xenos in a trench coat. I can't believe it's 3 Xenoses in a trench coat.
We will throw wide the gates.
What fucking gates?
And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
To the first? Why so cryptic, you fuck? Just tell me. Is it a good mouth or a bad mouth? I mean, they're obviously trying to help us. Little did they know they killed us. His fingers are rectangles. This is judgment-free zone, Terra. How dare you? People run? How am I not dead? What happened? Am I in Ishgard? I am in Ishgard. Why am I in Ishgard? Why would I? Hang on, I have I have so many questions. What is happening?
You're awake.
We were outside Alamigo.
Thank
What the
heavens.
fuck are we doing in Ishgard? The mouth thing was actually the first thing I noticed too. It's a very distinct mouth. I'm probably wrong. I'm willing to be wrong. I feel like most cat boys have a mouth like that. But since we saw that cat boy, the redheaded cat boy, very, very recently, during the Halloween event, and you guys were like, Tara, how come you don't remember Catboy? I'm like, fuck, I did Crystal Tower 10 years ago. But it just looked like that mouth. Most Catboys' mouths are only good for one thing anyways. For smiling, of course. What were you thinking? What happened? Stop. Mods?
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos?
Yes.
You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line.
Yes.
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow.
Okay, and then what happened?
Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Estinian?
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke.
Aw.
As is his wont.
Motherfuck. Estinian! Sorry. Sorry, Estinian. Wow.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
I love him.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial court.
I did Crystal Tower years ago. Terry, you cannot use that excuse because you remembered Gaius and said it wasn't that long ago. Okay, you know what? You know what, Jolly? You're correct.
This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight.
Certainly.
A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
Is Alizé all right?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now.
How does that make sense? If the enigmatic figure, I think his name was, called out to us, whisked me away to be like, hey, go to the Crystal Tower. Why did I come back and the others
You
didn't?
have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations.
Just throw the
the
gates, bitch.
Grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke.
From Estinian?
A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for
We
you.
still got Hoary Boulder. Terry, you're used to going into the between place. Heidelin used to take you there all the time, but that one looked different, Rando. The others didn't have the echo. Ah, the echo could have protected us. You're right, you're right.
Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon. under happier circumstances.
I love you, Aymeric. Such a good boy. Aymeric, Estinian, goodest boys. Goodest boys. Me and Hoary Boulder gonna save the world. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome back, Waffle. Well, this is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed. Edmund! When I heard that you had collapsed on the battlefield, I confess I feared the worst. But with you standing here before me, I see now the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Master Terrabellum, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, our Twarel will soon be departing for the front lines, with a contingent of our finest knights.
Such devastation!
I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt, but the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press on. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Thanks for the pep talk, Edmund. Dracudad! The world was sundered into reflections, right? And aren't reflections just echoes of light? Or perhaps shadows? Sorry, that was way too close. That's not how close I wanted to become. I pressed the wrong, I meant to press this button, not this button. That one's a bit much. Mordota! Woo! Edmund is a true friend, he really is. It was perfect. Shadows! We could bring the shadows! Bum, 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 bum. I think the dumber the joke, the more zoomed in you should go. Eventually just be my eyeball. Do, 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 do. One brings shadow, one brings light. 13 darknesses and 7 lights. With them, the door to Kingdom Hearts will... Sorry. It's just, I love Kingdom Hearts, I'm sorry. Bring the shadows? Spoilers much? Wait, Tara, how far can you do the story before grinding levels or so? In this game? Dude, you don't have to grind nothing.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
The quests give you so much experience. Donald Duck is an Ascian? No, but he is the most powerful black mage in the Final Fantasy universe. Look at all our B cast, you guys. Let's go B cast! And Tataru. Tataru, don't cry.
I rushed back as soon as I could.
Aww.
I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
We just have to open the gates. You can do all the MSQ with barely any. I say you can do all the MSQ with like no leveling. New outfit? No, she's in her old outfit.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else
for
did he
us,
say?
maybe.
The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
Well, we didn't see them there.
Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Eorzea, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him.
Damn right.
And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me?
What are you gonna do? Pick up a sword? We've already established. You tried to do the Black Mage quest.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
Hug. Hug. Give hug.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right?
Yes.
But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut?
I forgot about that. Wait, didn't... Hang on. You can answer this legitimately. This isn't theorizing. Didn't Catboy stay behind inside the tower? Or am I remembering that wrong? I feel like I made like a Frostmourne joke. Am I remembering that wrong? You can answer legitimately. He locked himself in, yes. Okay, well, I think everything's pretty clear to me now. I think I get what's going on. I forgot about that fact. And then suddenly I just had this like imagery of him locking himself. Yeah, okay. It reminded me a lot of Ice Crown Citadel, World of Warcraft. Sorry, it's okay. I get it. All right, we're here. Guys, we have to open the gates. Guys, we have to open.
There has to be a way.
The Crystal Tower.
If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find.
Fuck.
Don't you worry. We'll find that beacon for you.
Not just open. Throw them wide. All right, we'll do it. He was fine in there. He sealed away, but left plenty of chips and video games. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. I can't believe I forgot that. But again, the Crystal Tower was a blur. It's an old tower. Must be lots of rats in there, so we won't starve it. He is a cat boy. He'll be happy.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home?
Our subterfuge is working.
I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time.
Subterfuge, go!
But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. He will not escape me again.
I love the Garlean theme. It's so comically evil.
Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
Plotting? Evilly?
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Hi, Non. Hate to see him leave, but I love to watch him go. Varys is like the hero of a story I'm not interested in. Great, that's so apt. It's basically the Imperial March. It is.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Mustard gas time. Huh? Varys can have a little war crime as a treat. Brago, thanks for the lurk. Womp womp. I kind of thought maybe in that moment he was reconsidering it, but that face would tell me otherwise. Found some honey, vanilla, chamomile tea. That sounds so good. He's so cute. He just got the biggest war boner ever. You gamers got left off here, by the way. I fucking love genocide. I see that uptide Echo, I see you. The question remains. Do we do the first quest of Shadowbringers and then live in agony until Tuesday? Or do we save it for the very start of Tuesday? I did say Shadowbringers tonight. We are technically there. Please start now. Shadow trailer, it's absolutely worth it. Do it, do it. Just trailer. Do it, Terra. You said Shadowbringers tonight. Okay, with the interest of saving time, I'm not in the habit of skipping credits, and I'm loving these concept arts, or just these general arts in general. However, I'm gonna hit the escape key. We're gonna watch the trailer, and then we're gonna jump right back in. Yeah? You finished Stormblood, it's not the same. Bad influence vibes all the way, right? Okay, I'm doing it. Aww. Trailer after quest? Is it best to do the quest first? Trailer after quest. Gotcha. Reported trailer skipper. First quest, as a quick taste, if Varys can have his war crimes, we can have our quest. Okay, bet. So we'll do first quest, trailer, next quest, question mark? These general arts in general. To you. Okay, I'm hitting the escape key before I start crying. To you. And after trailer, so do first quest, trailer, save the rest for Tuesday. Yeah? Why would you do a first quest before a trailer? That's so weird. I think, well, 2 people said it. So it makes me wonder if the first quest gives lore or it gives info or something. Because you know how the trailers technically have like spoilers in them? First quest, then trailer. Okay. There's good reason to do first. Okay, yeah, I trust you guys. I knew you'd be all right. And to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. She didn't ambush us this time in a back room and take our measurements. I guess she already had our measurements. First quest, then trailer. Okay. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Koinak's find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. Scion Traveler's attire. Doesn't matter that much. Either way, it would be fine. Okay. It's a good glam. By the way, I'm going to put it on no matter what it looks like. You'll be leaving for Scotland soon. So exciting, EJ. Our real boy. Hi, real Xenos. And you still have that ability. He has the Fordola Echo.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Why does that make me like emotional? The artificial echo, yeah. He's got the Mengekyo Sharingan.
Bloody savages!
I know that he wants to fight us again, but like, we're still his friend. Terry, you've got to stop playing games with Echo in them. I'm sorry.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph.
I love him so much.
In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Hey! A new piece. You back for a kiss? Hang on. I think I can afford you a kiss. His murder boner has not been satisfied yet. Oh, wait, Spess. Spess wants to kiss you guys. The Crystal Tower.
Sloppy.
No, I think I can kiss you now. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. Spess, come here! I have to kiss Spess really quickly. I'll be back in 1 second. Sky meets the sea, it calls me. And no one knows how far it goes. 1 star. Imagine. Free at last! Get all the fish back to the ocean with some extra friends. Let's go! I'm looking for some head fixing. Where is he? Okay, I'm back. Cannot move into Halloween Planet. The Sentinels are full aggro. Blech. Sentinel planets, not worth living on. The Circus Trench. Gay. So we're gonna do this. Then we're gonna watch trailer, and then we'll save the rest for Tuesday. Shadowbringers! Shadowbringers! I can feel my heartbeat with my hand over my chest. Gray's so excited. Good news, sir. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon.
Hi, Gay.
Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower.
Emotional, damn it!
A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we better give them a hand. Oh my god, Jolly. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up. And before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in the North Silver Tier waiting to ferry people to the site. Let's be on our way. The fuck was that? The fuck? That's gonna take some getting used to, if I'm being completely honest. New quest music is the Shadowbringers quest music. Yeah, that, well, we'll see about that. Thank you for some hearing it. Yeah, what job quest would I have heard it for? Would I have heard it for Dancer? Because I didn't even unlock Dancer yet. Dancer or Gunbreaker. Yeah, I haven't unlocked either of them yet. Nothing's ever gonna beat the Heavensward organ quest music. He's so good. Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Eleanor! Are you still horny over here? The Archons need our help. Next to that, even matters of the heart don't seem to matter. Vaguely horny. Vaguely horny. Exactly. Now she's A-team. She's like, okay, I have to stop being horny for one day.
Look how many people there are.
All the B-team assembled.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Okay.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Ah, Wedge, so cute.
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thrice as hard,
Thank you,
even.
both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
This is a compliment.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
The way that she said this receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty was the same cadence as, what in the world is going on in the House of Commons? Enjoy Scotland, DJ! We'll see you when you're back.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
But I found a thingy.
What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
I was about to say, it looks like the Ironworks. Whoop!
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
No! I know we're supposed to go, but I don't want to go. The Lalafell and Panic emote, it's literally my favorite. Welcome back, Feather Rider.
It is a day for faded reunions.
And thank you for showing me the dawn's light will shine again.
Was that Papa Lino?
Do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight.
Away with you.
Say spirited accounts of
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Didn't realize he streams so late. I normally don't, but we're in such a juicy part of the story. How can I resist?
Your time has not yet come.
Well, Minfilia's still sort of around. How does a fresh reminder of all your pain feel, Terra? Ouchie! It feels ouchie. Warrior of Darkness? No. Yes? Yeah. Was this when he was brought back to his world? Welcome to Meme Bringers. That scene of that, like, building looked so much like a scene from JoJo's. I was so confused.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
It's so pretty. Purple's such a good color. Oh my god! It's been a fucking minute.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
I'm 90% sure this is like the first NPC you talk to. You're finally awake. Purple trees are my jam. This part of the game is amazing. You see, you can tell it's a different place because of the way that it is. Thanks, Matza. What do you mean this time of night? Same model of guy, yeah. Might not be the same NPC, but damn, do they look similar. A forest made of lilac, yeah.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Have we moved to one of these other realities?
Over 100 bleeding
or
years
worlds?
ago.
I don't know what to call them.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Thanks, but no thanks. It is the same dude from the beginning of ARR. I thought I recognized him.
I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Well, it is and it isn't. You could say he's a reflection of the first NPC. It's more an homage to him, I think, yeah. Well, if we're working on the assumption that there's reflected worlds, parallel worlds, then we very well could be in one.
To dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
I just got chills. Let's go! Oh, mount unavailable. Okay. This way. Now the second best expansion begins. You made it! I feel emotional, and nothing's even happened. A sensor gate. Trailer after first quest, yes.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Best bunny ever, my beloved. She gorgeous.
From where do you hail?
Cat's playing with the doorstop. I don't know if you guys heard that. Originally, Gridania.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
Well, that confirms the theory. Bunny. Well, that confirms the theory. Golly gee, it looks like we're not in Eorzea anymore, guys.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment.
I did not!
And I will not suffer you to pass.
Is she a dancer, ladies and gentlemen? Weird. Huh?
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
No, we just met him! No, random nameless traveling merchant!
Everything all right, Captain?
Wait.
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater and a weak one.
He did his part.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for
Crystal
more.
Exarch.
But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Well, at least he's consciously
Another
aware of
of
us.
your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city.
It's just a stray sin eater.
Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Why, thank you, Kurt Guardsman. 5 minutes in and the suffering has started.
I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Tell me that's not the Catboy's mouth. I would die on this hill. But no tail. It can't. Okay, I'm not dying on this hill. There's no tail, and no ears.
Right
It's
then,
so the Catboy's mouth.
Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is...
The crossing.
A great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact.
Huh. Reused model pieces? Probably. I love the rock and crystal, though. It's really cool. I have entirely normal reaction to this character's voice, gotta say. What do you mean entirely normal? Are you hiding something? He doesn't have the claw hands. Right, he doesn't. Welcome to the first. They're just reused, gotcha. Also, he doesn't, oh, right. The Catboy had like cheek markings, right? Yeah, you're right. All features save Midlander,
As
you're
to
right.
wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
But why us? Or, well, wouldn't the first have its own warriors of light? If we're all reflections? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Are the other Scions here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
Okay, good.
Let us begin with the glaring skies up above.
Maybe a result
Here
of
in
the fracturing?
first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now.
Oh, wait. Thank you for connecting those dots for me, Izagi. And Vershond. The Warriors of Darkness are from this world. So they should be back here then, brought back with Minfilia. But we saw a glimpse of the original one. I can't remember his name. It started with an N. Nito? No, that's not right. Nero? No, it's not Nero. I don't remember his name. Nick, covered in darkness and traversing an area that kind of looks like this with the buildings and whatnot, just without the purple plants, I think. Do you remember what they had to do to get the source? I don't fully remember. Well, he's Nick now. Meteor. They also told you their bodies had to die. Oh. And here I thought they were happily going back to their world. Nick Dark Warrior, that is correct. I wish my brain wasn't full of holes.
Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity.
Here I thought they were just happily returning to their world with Minfilia. They did mention that they had to sacrifice themselves in order to travel.
It was to save the first
because they were like everything we gave up.
That I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
Okay, relax. Are you trying to get my pants or something?
Depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
You have my attention.
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Red Dog, probably the latter. Lala ERP is a bannable offense. Agree. Exarch, it's Twixt. Thank you. Obviously, everyone has the hots for the Warrior of Light, which makes it really complicated because I'm a Lalafell, and we don't loot Lalafells here. Don't go to Limsa. You can chip yourself with anyone. Didn't Yoshi P literally say that? It was like the players are free to self-insert in whatever way they see fit. Hey yo. Oh, they do have green leaves as well. They're just rather fond of purple. Hold hand. How scandalous.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Wait. These are the, Amalja? Wait, were the Amalja peacefully taking care of livestock? Or not livestock, but like, mounts? They were the Amalja. Have you seen the video, Should You Fap to 14 yet? Ah! Hi, guys! Hi! Hello, gamers! It's good to see you! Look at all the people! Those are the Amalja peacefully keeping burbs. Interesting! Dude, I love this confetti emote. Well, damn, if anyone had told me the plan. I think they all secretly planned this out by themselves. Jax, hello! Hello, Raiders! Welcome in, you guys. It's good to see you. How was your stream? Can we have shout out for Jax, please, and thank you? Thank you. What were you up to? I'm here. Hello, gamers! Hang on, I gotta slash cheer. Guys, we just made it to Shadowbringers. You're joining us at a beautiful time. We just made it to the next expansion. And no tears have been shed. Well, that's a lie. More like bittersweet. I'm sure they did, and I would have closed out my No Man's Sky enough to join in had I known. So sad. Love the celebration, it's so cute! They're all just sitting here waiting to surprise me. Feather, thank you for gifting Gray a sub, you sweet soul. Raiders, welcome in. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, sometimes drinking streams, chill streams, everything in between. Right now, I have such a love for Final Fantasy XIV. It's been such a good game. And we've just made it to what people say is one of the best expansions of the game. And I can't wait, because I've already been madly in love with it. I do horror streams. We're doing one tomorrow, actually, Ver. We're doing one just tomorrow. I don't know what we're playing yet. We might play Little Hope, because somebody gifted me it. Or Maid of Skur. I haven't decided yet. Trying to stay awake for trailer in before I'm awake to 4 a.m. regardless. We'll do the trailer now. We'll close out the quest and we'll go watch the trailer. Guys, thanks for being here to greet me. This is so special. This makes me so happy. I haven't played the medium yet, no. Shadowbringers trailer time. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. White Oak Weapon Coffer. We get a new weapon from this. And there we are. I hate to raid and run, but I need to wind down. Totally, Jax. Thank you for choosing me for your raid. I hope you have a fantastic, fantastic night. You should watch the trailer on YouTube. The sound mix on the one in-game is bad. Is it really? We can watch it on YouTube. There's no problem. Look at all these goblin people. It's hard to hear the dialogue. It's harder to understand in game. Okay, we'll watch it on YouTube then. Movie time! Yes, indeed. Oh, really quickly. I didn't get a chance to look at this. Oh, some of the pieces ended up all over the place. Oh, I'm definitely gonna manage this. I already like the coat. I already like the coat here. We're definitely gonna figure out, don't look at my armory, don't observe this, don't look. We probably won't use the helmet, but I think we'll use the rest of it and we'll put it on moving forward. The volume sliders are screwed up even for the trailer. I wonder when they will normalize them. Literally never. Oh my god, they're— Don't look! Don't look! Don't look! Don't look at my armory chest. Stop. Stop perceiving. Don't perceive me! Terra sells some of your gear. Oh my god, no! You're not my real parental guardian. How about the white oak weapon? The stone gold degen. I do be a stone gold degen, let me tell you. Stone cold degen. Oh shit, I took my armor off. That's embarrassing. Oh wait, it's so plain. But we must use it. A clean inventory is a waste of space anyways. Thank you, Trungan. Thank you. This is what I need to hear. Don't listen to him. Bully him until he cleans his armory. That's how my armor usually was too. Well, in the main scenario, you just, and like in dungeons and stuff, you get so much stuff. You get so many things. It's not my fault. All right, let's go watch that trailer. And then we will wrap it up. I'm so excited to be here. Guys, thanks for coming to meet me. That was special. We're taking Terra to an intervention savage for that armory chest. Beautiful. I used too many of mine for the dome and restoration, and overflowing AC helps. Yep. I could throw a ton of it haphazardly into my retainer, but I think I'm just gonna mostly throw it into my dresser. Tales of a loss and nothing else. Oof. Okay. What is this expansion called? YouTube. Shadowbringers trailer. Shadowbringers full trailer? I'm assuming is what we want. 5.1 million views. That's what we want. 100%. Boop. Wait, don't play yet. Don't play yet. I'm not ready. I'm not Five Nights at Freddy ready. Boop, boop, boop. Boom. Hang on, I feel like it could be higher quality. It's not. It's already max quality. It's fine. Squeenix!
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment?
Meteor hot, I'm just saying. Respectfully, meteor hot.
For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called. The warrior of light.
Best song, it's so good. Rando, this is the glam you've been in a lot. Isn't it? cosplay. 1.0 Archer. Wait, it's cute! Wait, what?
We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
No, he's so hot.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles.
Wait, that was Eorzea, right? So fucking hot.
Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
We have a hedonistic society, it seems. That's a cool design.
This town certainly has changed. And not
Thancred switched jobs?
I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Minfilia.
Baby Minfilia? I was like, who's this small blonde girl? A Viera dancer. How fitting. Oh, that's our court guardsman, is it not? Or our Kurt guardsman, not court. Bunny. And our crystal
This
expert.
tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten. Become what you must.
Holy shit. People trip, dude.
Become the warrior of darkness.
Oh shit. Dude, that was so sick. Oh, we have to wait a little while though. 2019? Fuck. Dark Terra incoming. I'm starting my villain era. Let's fucking go. That was so sick. Pre-order now, loggers. Sorry, I was not reading chat at all. Dude, guys, That was so sick. That was so fucking cool. Dark Knights are not villains. They're necessary evil. That was so fucking cool. Oh my god. We have to wait till Tuesday. I'm miserable. We have to wait until Tuesday. They aren't evil. They're not. We may call it Villanera. Not actually evil, though. God, that was so sick. Guys, does anyone have any 14 recommendations for raid targets? Boom, 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 boom. They can be ahead of me in story. I will just run and hide. He went through all trailer jobs in order. He was job switching like it was going out of style, dude. It's funny, I need to go to sleep. That cute thing is a gremlin, and they're the mouthiest little shits. I saw it talking shit that whole time. I'm going to remind you next stream about FF16 though. Yeah, it's very late. We'll watch, probably at the start of next stream, we'll watch the FF16 trailer. Cider Spider, Pyromancer. Am I able to do, can I safely do vibe checks? Bum, 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 bum. If I can safely do vibe checks. Boom, 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 boom. They're a black mage. Oh, they're just doing raid stuff. I don't care too much about raid stuff because this is probably so far in I would never possibly remember. I mean, if you want to play more tomorrow, I don't think anyone will complain. But horror stream. I don't think either of them doing MSQ. Let's raid Pyromancer. Why not? Bum, 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 bum. Guys, I'm sending you off swiftly. We are live again tomorrow. As much as I want to continue Shadowbringers, we are going to do a horror stream, of course, as is tradition. Okay, I go veg, of course, of course. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central. I think we're probably going to do Little Hope, but we'll see. Bye, Terra. Happy to have you in Shadowbringers. I'm so excited. Do love a horror stream. Night, you guys. Please give love and affection to Pyromancer. It's my first time meeting them, so I don't really know what to expect, but I saw a couple you recommend, so Little Hope is goated, I recommend. We'll see when we get there. Guys, I love you so much. Drink water, eat food, take care of yourselves, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. And I love you so much. We'll see you tomorrow for spooky stream. Just wanted to see you get to Shadowbringers. Everyone go sleep. He's a big former WoW player. Okay, cool. I'm excited to see the vibe. Bye, guys.